And here we go. We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be normal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Probably not. Roger, with Planet.
Water towers can fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal.
Fighting downside ST off. Say again, ST off. Off. It's orange!
45!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage.
What is it?
Put that in the big bag, Jingle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
If the methane would be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. Keep red. We don't need any more of these.
Good evening, everybody, as we take a live look right now at the Massey's test site out in Starbase, where we are getting ready for a Ship 36 static fire. Boy, it feels like we were just here for this recently. But this will be the second planned static fire for this ship. I am Sawyer Rosenstein and will be hosting the broadcast for this evening. I see all of the 5x5s in chat, which I appreciate, meaning that you can hear me. And it won't just be me that you'll be here to hear. Also joining me is Max. How's it going, Max?
Good evening, everybody. Yeah, Ship 36 hopefully is going to come alive with all 6 Raptors this evening, so we hope. And that is one step closer to Flight 10.
Exactly. But this feels like a repeat of last night, you and me, Max. So it's the Florida event, although this is Texas.
I know, but Starship is coming here eventually, hopefully by the end of the year. Don't forget.
Oh, I can't wait. Trust me, I'm not forgetting that part. I feel like I am forgetting somebody. Oh, yeah, out in the field, we have Jack. How's it going, Jack?
It's going good, and it's not just me either. We also have Caesar out with a camera, Dee out with a camera, and Jerry out with a camera as well. So the team out in force for static fire of this next flight vehicle.
Yes, the field team is out tonight, as is the field, who will be joining us for commentary himself. Thank you, Jack. And in terms of not forgetting people, of course, we can't forget the producer tonight, Kevin Michael Reed, the cloud reporter himself, who will be pushing the buttons and pulling the levers and updating us on clouds. Which, speaking of, no, get that off the screen, Kevin. We are seeing clouds, indeed, right now around the base of the rocket. Where are we at in terms of tank farm activity, Max?
So it looks like the lock side of the farm has been waking up a little bit. Not seeing much in the way of the methane side of the farm, which from this perspective is the vertical tanks. We have not seen much in the way from the methane recondenser. But the ox side of the farm is certainly alive, and that is one step closer to prop load. Although we are keeping a close eye on the shiny non-TPS side of Ship 36 as we await prop load to begin for tonight's static fire.
That is always the tricky part, and as mentioned, given that we've already had the single-engine static fire, it's very likely that this will be the full 6-engine static fire. So about how full, Max, should we expect the rocket to get in terms of propellant load before we hopefully see that fire?
So in terms of how much propellant they opt to load, it's very similar in philosophy to what they do with the booster static fires over at Pad A or Pad 1 or Pad East, whatever you want to call it nowadays, where they fill the LOX tank almost to completion, if not to completion, and then they load only just enough methane on board to supply all 6 engines with enough for however long they want to fire the Raptors for tonight. If they keep on with the theme from the past 2 campaigns with Ship 34 and Ship 35, we could be in for a 60-second duration static fire to hopefully work out any bugs that they have seen with the last 3 ships in terms of how the V2's life has started. But we have no real indication of what their plans are. We have not heard anything. We are just purely observing, obviously, what we can see. But the reason why they only fill the methane tank as little as they do, as I was saying earlier, it's only just enough to feed all 6 engines for however long they want to. But they fill the LOX tank all the way as sort of like a mass ballast to help keep ship weighed down on the stand and cause less wear and less strain on the hold down mechanisms keeping it in place. It's a lot of stress on the entire stand to hold down a ship that is very, very light and almost empty with prop against 6 engines worth of thrust compared to a full LOX tank and a partially filled methane tank. So that's why, and we will have our first visual indicators hopefully on the LOX tank depending on what angle we are going to have. I know Jack is over somewhere on his usual spot, I think just west of Massey's. This spot, I believe, is from CP11, somewhere along Highway
Correct.
4. Okay. I think Jack's feed, if anything, will have the best indicators visually at first as to where we are in prop load. But this is actually one of the better views when it comes to the tank farm, because on the left, the vertical tanks, that is the methane side of the tank farm at Massey's, and the more white horizontal tanks is the LOX side. And we can see a bit of venting and clouds, I guess, coming from the LOX side at the moment. So there is some tank farm activity happening over there. We can't always see everything, but we are waiting to see what the shiny side of the ship will look like, hopefully in not too long from now.
Yes, hopefully shiny and frosty. Very soon.
And yes, hopefully frosty.
Yeah, we kind of need that for the actual fire to happen. And then, of course, the question with this case that we've seen a bunch of people asking already, Mercury and Metals asking it, do we know yet, are there any indication, anything like that this might be, Jack, the 60-second static fire again, the 30, a short one, any indication on that?
Not that I've seen one way or the other. That is sort of the big question on the table. Will this be a short duration or a long duration static fire? I think we all kind of expect it to be sorry about the cars going by, a 6-engine static fire. So I think we all sort of fully expect it to be 6 engines. The question is, will it be a long duration, like minute long kind of deal, like we've seen previous, or will it be a shorty boy? I mean, only time will tell. Hopefully we'll find out here soon.
A shorty boy, I like that.
Yeah, only technical terms here at NSF.
Absolutely. We keep it very serious here, even though this isn't a Sirius XM satellite launch.
Although that did launch last week, though, to be fair.
Exactly, yes. Yes,
Jeez, that was a stretch, Sawyer.
It's me. Would you expect them to actually be good?
Fair.
The bar is pretty low, Sawyer, at the moment.
Happy to set it low. That way would actually have a good one. It comes across that way. Anyway, and a reminder, by the way, if you have questions like that, you can tag us at NASASpaceflight. We'll do our best to answer as many of them as we can as we continue on throughout the stream this evening. I do want to take a moment, though, real quick before we get to your questions, to talk about some amazing support we've already gotten. Jerwa, a name that we see here quite often, with the $100 super chat that just says hi. Well, hello, Jerwa. It is a pleasure to see you for this test. Really appreciate you being here. Appreciate the support as always. Thank you. And gifting 20 Red Team memberships. Holy smokes, Jerwa. Thank you very, very much for that. Really kind. And then Todd Johnson gifting 20 Red Team memberships as well. Also super generous. And Daniel Hogman gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you all. Again, now is it's a great time to join the membership program. Besides the behind the scenes the extra photos and things that you get here, and occasional videos and live streams like driving streams, you will get a lot of really good behind the scenes stuff as we get into the actual Starship Flight part. Getting those member multi streams, the behind the scenes views, which of course brings up the question. I know the talk was about getting this to basically a 3-week turnaround from the last flight to this one. I think we're a little bit past the 3-week point, but do you think it's possible that we could see a 1-month turnaround and maybe a launch before the end of the month? Max, what do you think?
I mean, we are pretty far along in terms of the checklist needed to launch Starship. I mean, the booster has been static fired. That happened. Can't remember if it was last week or the week before, but that is complete and it's back in Mega Bay 1, receiving its final checkouts. So all we have left to do is just complete the test campaign for Ship 36. Get this static fire done, hopefully complete, and the data looks good from all 6 Raptors. And then finish up a bit of the TPS or the thermal protection system tiles that still have yet to be installed on it. So I think, like in most campaigns that we've seen as of recent, especially with version 2, the ship has been the final point of checking off milestones in terms of flight readiness. So hopefully sooner rather than later, but I believe they are still on pace for a turnaround time record, which still currently stands in between Flight 5 and Flight 6.
Yeah, it's if I remember the numbers rightly, as long as they launch before July 1st, they will have a turnaround record time between flights.
Yep, and they have just shy of 2 weeks to do that. And 2 weeks for SpaceX is a long time, so you never know like what could happen. To be honest,
That is a very good point. Yeah, they can do a lot in a very short amount of time. Here's one from Python, because the other day we did see the single engine static fire, and they're wondering why do they do a single engine instead of a full 6 engine sometimes. And of course, the single engine test has been to kind of get data in regards to the in-flight burn test that they've been planning to do, which is a single engine. But originally, if I remember rightly, we saw it as a 6 and then a single engine static fire before the last 3 or so ships. Now it's the other way around, right?
I think it's been single first a couple of the last times. Not every time have they done 6 first, but I'd be hard pressed to tell you exactly which ship did what order. It does
Right.
make sense though to do the 6 engines second, though, if you consider that probably roasts the flame trench a little bit. So I mean, it makes sense to me anyway to do a single engine first, then do the 6 engine, and then you have some time before you test the next ship in case that 6 engine burn, especially if it's long duration, crispifies the flame trench. Again, technical terms here.
And he said the thing. Oh wait, that's Friday. Never mind.
Yeah, different show.
almost there. It's almost Friday.
Another
Ish.
thing that, yeah, it's about to be a holiday, at least for some people in the United States, but so it's almost, I guess it's Friday adjacent and holiday Thursday, so there's that. Here's a really good question from Mel's John, and they're wondering how many seconds are left in the allowed static fire tests for the year, because if I remember, they only have a set amount of time that they can do the static fire testing total. And I know the last ones have been pretty short, but in terms of the long duration ones with the 6 engine, we're talking minute-long fires, and they also had the 30-second halfway through aborted one. Do we know the answer to that, Max?
I don't off of the top of my head. I know that just based off of seconds, I want to say, golly, I don't know off the top of my head, but it was around, I want to say like 3 or 4 minutes worth. And obviously, when they do long duration, that they eat into that pretty quickly. I think Jack might be more qualified to answer that question. Jack,
Hang on, dealing with a spider.
glad Adrian's not here.
I was about to say, take a picture, send it to Adrian. He absolutely loves spiders, by the way, in case anyone's looking for something to get him.
But I think in terms of the booster, I don't know if the time is split in between what they can do for ship and what they can do for booster. I think for booster, it was around 180 seconds, I think, for static fire testing. And for booster, at least, that never lasts any longer than usually 7 to 8 seconds at the most, because they are limited. They are limited by how much water they have for the upside down shower head below the launch mount. So for ship, I don't know if it's any different. Jack, what do you think?
I think it is split differently from ship and booster timing wise. I don't know the number of seconds. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. The thing I did want to bring up is I'm pretty sure in that same document they say they won't test at night. And up until now, we've kind of been like, they'll probably just pay a fine if they ever need to test at night. And so here we are.
And
Yes,
this is far
we are-
from the first time as well.
Yeah, it feels like the last couple of flights have each had one nighttime ship static fire. But yep, as you can see there, 9:20 p.m. local time, so obviously the sun has well set. As we see the tank farm continuing to do its thing as we wait to see how much of a static fire we will see here. Uh,
You think it's going to be a good crop this year, Sawyer? From
what?
the tank farm? A good
Oh
crop?
my god.
Wow.
A bountiful harvest? No?
If it was methane in the flare stack.
All right, okay, all right. I'll shut up.
I'll admit I was impressed. But yeah, you can see there the road has been closed to Massey's for what, the best hour or so, I believe. So with the road closed and the tank farm doing its thing, we are getting that much closer to a test. Let me also take a moment, thank a couple more people here. Ethereal Swordsman, oh, the people I need are here tonight. Okay, so here's my hot take in the ongoing Sawyer versus Jax saga. In
Oh,
my
God.
opinion,
Oh no!
bagels.
Do we need to do this really?
In my opinion, bagels are just donuts without the sweetness that make donuts actually good.
Yeah, that's not how donuts or bagels work.
No, I think you and I can both unite on that and say, absolutely, that is not how it works.
A donut's fried, a bagel's boiled. They're very different things.
Exactly.
Yay, carbs.
Yay, carbs. Is that you trying to be neutral in all of this?
I mean, you guys are already on the same page, so may as well.
Well, we
This
can
is
all
one-
agree carbs good.
Yes.
Carbs are
It's one
good.
of the few times that when discussing round bread items, we can actually agree on this one. So thank you, Ethereal
Some-
Swordsman, for uniting us.
Yeah, some fantastic shows of unity here. I'm proud of all of us.
Let's see. Telstar86 saying, do you think Flight 10 will be held up by regulatory restrictions, or could we see the launch this month? And that's a good point, because, again, the previous Flight 8, that has been completed. That has been closed for that. But Flight 9 still has that open investigation for the re-entry portion for the ship, not the booster. Thoughts, Max, on the regulatory side of things?
I mean, SpaceX has, it's not a habit, but they certainly have their ways of lining up whenever those tend to be cleared along with the next flight, like just in time to get approval and then get Starship off the ground. And the biggest indicator that we have that is potentially on the table is that there was an FAA advisory posted today with a net launch date of June 29th for Flight 10, which our very own Adrian Bile posted over on X earlier this afternoon. So that is our first indicator that things are, I guess, trending in the right direction, as we like to say. But SpaceX does have a way of clearing whatever they need to right before they need whatever is in the way to get cleared to fly for whatever's next. In this case, Flight 10. So we will have to wait and see what the Flight 9 mishap investigation leads to, because obviously it made it to MECO last time, and then they lost control after engine cutoff, and of course it made a rather uncontrolled re-entry into the atmosphere. So we are waiting to see on what that brings. But with the FAA advisory going up is a good sign.
Exactly. And I saw a question from someone earlier in chat. They were asking about the Starlink dummy satellites and things. Do we think that we will see a repeat of test objectives from Flight 7 and Flight 8 and Flight 9 again on Flight 10?
Probably. I mean, they haven't. I mean, it sucks though, because like with the last three flights and how rough of a start the V2 version of ship has had to this point, they have not been able to complete any of those in-flight objectives. So while it might be a pain in the behind to just keep repeating all these milestones, or at least try to, they have to until they get to that point, and they really need ship to make a controlled or mostly controlled entry into the atmosphere this time, in order for them to keep up the cadence for how they want to evolve and getting everything on the move for HLS and their own Mars objectives. So It is a bit of a pain in the behind to have to repeat again, but I think it's safe to say that they will be doing that again. I think both with the Starlink simulators and also, of course, with all of the in-flight objectives, as we saw with the first single-engine fire yesterday, which they are hoping to try again with on this flight as well.
Right, and I mean, there was a lot that they didn't really get to do. Obviously, they didn't get to do the engine firing test, so hopefully we'll see that. There was the issue with the door on the Pez dispenser, and that's what I'm interested in as well, because I know there is no set design yet in place that we've seen besides kind of what we saw from the Elon presentation of exactly how all future payloads will be deployed. It doesn't seem like the Pez dispenser is going to be the way of the future, even for just Starlink launches, no?
Maybe not, but in the presentation that SpaceX released just after Flight 9, in the renders, there were, I guess, payload bay versions, or how do I word this? The payload doors that were on the very top of Starship were very reminiscent of those to the space shuttle. So that could be on the cards for design, but we have seen nothing in the Star Factory or anything outside or surrounding that would indicate that is what they are tracking for, at least. Obviously, they have everything on that front is moving internally, and we have no sight of it. But the Pez dispenser door has given them issue before on a couple of other flights. So maybe it's a design they should move away from. But with the current ships currently, with the ships currently under construction at the moment, I think it would be a foolish decision to try and change that before they are flown. I think they might save that for ship V3.
Whenever they do finally get to that point and are able to open up the door and start ejecting even the dummy Starlinks, it's going to be so cool. And especially after the long and rocky road that version 2 has had to get to this point, it's just going to feel like a long time coming between the in-space burn with the Raptor and ejecting the dummy Starlinks. Like, whenever they're finally able to check those milestones off, hopefully on Flight 10, it's really going to feel like a big deal. And it's going to be a big deal because the Starship program is primed and ready and raring to move to the next step for however many, 3-4 flights now? They've been ready to move on to the next step and finally start to do orbital missions and finally start to really deploy Starlinks and finally start to characterize what it would mean to land a ship back at the chopsticks. And it's just been in this really lame holding pattern for months now. So I'm excited. I'm excited for when we get to see that door in action. It's going to be sick.
I mean, yeah, finally, we'll see what they're able to do, at least for this flight, in terms of maybe getting the Pez dispenser to work and maybe getting that deploy part. But I feel like, again, the key part is going to be the proof of the engines working and being able to do that short burn. And obviously, the highest priority on this flight is going to be testing the heat shield, because no matter what design you go with for the payload deployment for version 3, you're still going to need a heat shield. Now, there have been 2 polls that have been run so far during this stream. The first one was in regards to how long do you think the 6-engine static fire will last, of which 80% said it will be a long-duration static fire, and in all of YouTube's wisdom, 19% said short. Where that other 1% goes, I don't know, with the memory of Ship 26, who knows? But the other one was in regard to bagels. Was it hashtag Team Jack or hashtag Team Sawyer? And there must have been an error here.
It was Team Jack. It was Team Jack. All right, moving on. Great talk, everybody. It was Team Jack. Everybody agrees I have good taste in bagels. All right, moving on. Good job.
But it was close.
Chaps,
it was 55 to 44.
I'm sorry to interrupt you both, but I'm starting to see a bit of clouds coming out of the methane side of the tank farm.
Oh, we needed Kevin Michael Reed with the cloud report there, but thank you, Max Evans, with the cloud report there.
I try.
Kevin, you have been replaced in terms of cloud reporting. Anyway, but yeah, at this point, we still don't see any prop load, it looks like, yet. Just the tank farm continuing, though. There it is, Kevin, with the KM Art there.
Wow.
I mean, come on, that's a perfect name for it.
Is that your first time saying that, or is that a joke you made before?
No, first time. Just came up.
That I'm not gonna lie. That was pretty clever, Sawyer. I will.
We need to
that one.
We need to get Kevin like an eye patch so he can be a pirate, so it can be Cam Art.
You want
Yeah.
to talk about you want to talk about stretching, Jack? Oh my word!
Hey, my doctor says I should, so I stay in shape.
Damn,
I'm just kidding.
wow.
I'm just kidding. I don't have a doctor.
I don't know if that's worse. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, Jack, it was nice knowing you. Anyway, continuing on here. Let's get back to some more questions here. Deborah with a good question. As we take a look at the heat shield here, it does look a little speckled from this view. It could also just be the preview that we're getting here in Discord. But Deborah's wondering how much more work needs to be done on the heat shield, Jack.
Yeah, standby car. Okay, I went by. A fair amount, but not too much. I mean, the heat shield's looking good, but I will say that there are a few patches that still need a little bit of love, particularly the ones that we're looking at right now, sort of up near the nose cone where the ogive? Is that how you say that? I don't know actually how to say that word. Where the nose cone starts to be in tip instead of a barrel. And also yes, thank you, Kevin. And also near the common dome weld, that little sort of mid-shiny zone there. Those are the two main portions that look like they need some work. But probably, maybe like a week or so, or less than a week of work. I don't know. I'm not a TPS engineer. I will say, though, that the heat shield on 36 is looking good. There's a whole lot more gap fill, and the whole thing just looks really clean and I mean, shiny and nice and clean. I don't have any other adjectives, but I don't anticipate too much work needing to be done on 36's heat shield, given how nice it already looks.
I like that. That heat shield looking good. But yeah, as you can see, it definitely still has that little bit of work because it reminds me a bit of Columbia after it arrived at KSC for the first time from Palmdale in, I believe it was 79, when it was looked like a bunch of tiles fell off with all the bald spots. But it is getting there. So that will be one step closer to launch, hopefully, is being able to get that heat shield all finalized up. Let me take a moment here, thank a couple more people. Out of this world, saying, yippee, a static fire on the day of my birthday from Mikey in Oxford, UK. Thank you for being in my life. Well, thank you, and happy birthday.
Is this a drone feed, Sawyer?
That is indeed a drone feed from our drone master general here at NSF, Jerry Pike, out in bringing us these views. That is, so cool. And I believe he has a new toy, actually, with a new fancy drone. So getting some awesome views of that.
That is correct. Jerry and I have both acquired Mavic 4 Pros. So I believe that's what you're looking at right now, is Jerry's brand spanking new Mavic 4 Pro. So thank you to Jerry for rolling out and getting that feed up. That's a neat shot.
That quite nifty indeed, yes. Look at that. Oh, sorry, that's just such a cool view. Ninja Decimator. Pew, pew, pew. Thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. LMO saying the answer is 42. It's the answer to life, the universe, and everything, of course. ODST.
But what's the question?
I'm just going to keep going on before I misquote something. But Hitchhiker's Guide is fantastic. Anyway, ODST saying, oh yeah, baby, they're filling this thing with the finest fuel ever seen. Nothing like some refreshing Dr. Pepper for those thirsty Raptor 2s. Anyone remember DOS's old streams back in the day? That is all DOS would drink is Dr. Pepper. He had an emote for Dr. Pepper, and the first time I met him in person when we were doing an event at the Intrepid, he didn't actually drink Dr. Pepper, he drank a Coke, and my whole life was turned upside down at that moment. So
I need the backstory. I need the backstory on that, because D and DOS just did a members-only driving stream, and DOS said he hadn't intentionally drunk Dr. Pepper since, years. And I'm like, okay, wait, I need the backstory here. So thank you, Slayer. It's a little piece of it, I think.
Well, he says that, and then DOS drinks, almost nothing but Red Bull nowadays. Quite the swap.
I mean, we were talking 2013, 2014, 2015 for this, when that was all he drank on stream was the Dr. Pepper, but... when I went out with him, I think he had a Coke that night, so it was quite different.
Never meet your heroes.
D in the back channel saying he accidentally drank theirs, and that Das had not had a Dr. Pepper until, and then never did it. So, yeah, accidentally drank D's Dr. Pepper apparently, and that's why. Shiloh just logged in, probably missed the Sawyer, California hate, because again, we know which coast is best coast. Yes, you're right, the East Coast. Although tonight, we are all unified in watching the Gulf Coast.
Star Coast.
Star Coast, I like that, yes.
I do like Star Coast.
And I'm not sure if they're saying it, or they're asking for it, or asking a question, but Starship for Vandy Slick 6.
That would be really neat, not going to lie.
Yes, it would slap so hard. It'd be like one of those ESPN, like the slapping competitions where you're like, holy cow, they're all getting CTE.
Oh my gosh, as we all enter concussion protocol here. I'm sure based off of our questions and answers here, many people think we do have concussions, but I will even admit that would probably be quite the sight to see. Because I did see someone asking earlier, would it be potential that Starship gets so safe that we could start seeing it launching from other places, like the Wyoming coast, which I know was a reference to Adrian, but still, it is a good point. Do you think comes a point where we see Starship launching from places that aren't along a body of water? And if so, when?
I think it's only a matter of time. It's just a question of what sort of time scale are we looking at here. Is it 5 years, 10 years, 20 years? I don't think Starship as an architecture is going anywhere anytime soon. Of course, they'll continue to tweak it and modify it and upgrade it over time in the same way that they have with Falcon 9. But I wouldn't really be super shocked if they start launching from inland launch sites. I mean, if you look at, again, Falcon 9, over time, the blast danger area has decreased. And they've been able to sort of eke out little optimizations here and there from the system as it's flown more and more and characterized more and more, and the risk levels go down. So, 10, 15 years from now, when Starship has hundreds of launches under its belt, just like Falcon 9, sure, why not? You eat one of those things from Utah. I don't care. Do it. West Coast Eastern Launch Corridor. Let's go.
Oh my gosh.
That'd be awesome.
For those new airplanes, they have a special rating when they go over water known as ETOPS. We'll have I guess an ETOPS version for land for Starship, getting the clearance to go over it.
Rocket burns or debris falls are deaf. So we'll work on it. We'll workshop it.
We'll come up with something, I'm sure. And if not, I'm sure chat will also come up with something that would work for that too.
For real though, West Coast Equatorial Corridor, let's go.
Equatorial Corridor. Making it sound like it's something so fancy like the Southern Polar Corridor.
That's not fancy. Nobody likes that.
Oh, come on. Southern Polar Launch Corridor is epic.
It absolutely is. Especially from Florida.
Grumble,
oh, God,
grumble. Yeah. I may be on record as saying I like it, but grumble.
Fram 2, seeing that fly up and then over our heads and then behind the building behind us for that launch was something I'll never forget.
I'm still in shock because I was using the robotic tracking head that we have, and obviously it was launching from 39A, and we were watching from the press site, and because of that insane dog leg it had to pull to follow the east coast of Florida, I wasn't looking at the actual rocket with my eyes. I was tracking it all on a monitor, trying to make sure that it was in frame the whole time. And by the time I lost the upper stage and the booster, I looked over at the tracker, and the camera was basically pointing behind me, which is something I've never had happen before, at least at the press site. It was bizarre, but yes, we have that, and we have launched multiple rockets now into that southern trajectory now, between the transporter missions, between the bandwagon missions, and a few other commercial flights that they've had go polar on top of From 2.
Yeah, it was absolutely so cool. And then to see the booster come back when I got to take the boat alongside it was awesome. Kevin, the cloud reporter, circling the clouds now. What are we looking at with the circle, Max?
That, I'm not 100% certain, but that almost looks like the LN2 chill down vent. So it looks like they may be starting to thermally condition a lot of the plumbing around Ship 36 at Massey's. So It looks like things are progressing, and certainly the tank farm itself as a whole, both on the LOX side and the methane side, have been venting a lot more in the past 10 minutes or so. So Massey's is definitely alive, and hopefully we will have some visual confirmation of prop load aboard Ship 36 hopefully soon.
Hopefully. So in terms of the timeline then, Jack, about how long, knowing that obviously things can change, but about how long is it from when we start seeing propellant loading into the ship to when we usually get the static fire?
That is an Alex question. I could not tell you off the top of my head. I think somewhere in the vicinity of 40 to 50 minutes, but that's going on memory and not on like a spreadsheet or anything. I am not Alex.
You are not, no, but still, totally understand what you mean on that, though. It's usually about 40 minutes, it feels like. So we will, of course, be keeping an eye, because there were people just joining who are asking an update on the status here for the 6 engine. We're expecting static fire of Ship 36 for a to-be-determined duration at a to-be-determined time. I know that's super helpful of an update for people just joining, so hopefully that helps in some way. Owen here with a question. Since we were talking earlier about the presentation from Elon and we're talking about the next versions, they're saying, what do you think of the chopped 3-grid fin booster?
I want to hear Jack's take on this first.
I hate it.
I mean, it's so asymmetrical, it's not even funny. It's like, I think just for those who have OCD, you're just going to suffer every single time you see it and watch it fly. But practically, obviously, anything designed in aerospace, especially with rockets, are not designed for aesthetic reasons, and everything on there has a functional purpose. So rockets are functionally beautiful in terms of how they're designed. And Starship is, of course, no different, both with the ship and the Super Heavy booster itself as well. I wish the fins were spaced at a more even interval across the entire circumference of Super Heavy. But that one side, just that one side of Super Heavy missing a fin just looks wrong. And I have a feeling that we're all going to get used to it after watching it fly enough times. But yeah, especially with the version of Super Heavy that we're watching fly now, it's a bit of a visual shocker. I think that much is fair to say.
I mean, I am mostly being flippant and saying that I hate it. I will reserve my opinion until I actually see one in the flesh, metal, whatever. But yeah, I generally want things to be symmetrical, and I generally want things to have even numbers. But we'll see. I thought Falcon 9 Block 5 looked weird. I was like, ew, black interstage, and then immediately I was like, oh wait, everything that's not that looks busted.
Well, Jack, also, to be fair, didn't you also share similar fears about Ship V2 with the new flaps and how it's just grown on all of us?
Sort of. I was worried. I was vocally worried about the version 2 of Ship and the flap change. I was less like, I'm going to hate it for sure. I feel like I'm going to hate the booster, the new grid fins for sure. And if you don't know what we're talking about, version 3 booster is going to go to 3 grid fins rather than 4. And they're not evenly... I don't believe... I could be wrong. I don't believe they are like trilateral symmetry. I think it's like 2 180 degrees apart and then one... sort of 90 degrees apart from the 2. I'm not sure. Right. I could be wrong, but I don't love it. But again, we'll see how it looks in person. SpaceX has a really good habit of doing the thing that Apple or other tech companies do whenever they release a new phone. A lot of times you're like, ew, that's it? Really? Okay. And then like, a month or two goes by and you look at it and everything else that's older looks old and busted, and whatever the thing you just said ew to a month ago now looks like the modern future. So I don't know if that makes any sense, but we'll see how booster version 3 looks. I'm more worried about the tapered engines, if that's still a thing. I'm unclear if that's a thing or not, because right now all the engines on a booster are sort of on the same plane, whereas we've seen renders of version 3 boosters where the center 2 rings sort of stick down a little bit further to preserve gimbal angle. Don't love that. Don't really love the open truss hot stage ring with like the bald guy looking elliptical dome. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it looks.
I was just gonna say, like, SpaceX has a way of making hardware that, in the grand scheme of things, is not that old, look absolutely ancient. And by that, I'm mostly referring to right now the V1 version of ship. If you put V1 and V2 side by side, V1 looks absolutely just ancient. Like it's retro.
Yeah, it looks busted.
At this point.
It does look busted.
Right? And so, it just, in my opinion, it's all subjective, of course, but I think we can overlook the 3 grid fin solution. And just, in my opinion, I love the brand new design for the hot staging ring, on top of the lack of engine skirts around the Raptors on the bottom of Super Heavy. I think
that's going to be sick for sure.
That's, especially on entry, it is going to be like one of the most rad visuals, watching that thing just come absolutely screaming in with no protection around the pumps or anything along all 33 Raptors, eventually 35 maybe. But good Lord, I think it's definitely a mixed bag in terms of what there is to like visually, and of course what's not. But I think overall, once we see it in practice and actually working the way it's supposed to, I think all of us are going to go, okay, yeah, this is fine. Like, I think we can all live with this.
I mean, I'm still hung up on the grid fins that don't retract. So,
really,
we'll see. We'll see how really, I hate it. But we'll see how I feel. I hate a lot of things, Max. I'm very particular.
That's
if
fair.
you did not know this about me already.
Oh my God, are you Jack Byer?
Stop it.
Wait a minute. Were you guys in New Zealand?
I was just going to say that. Like, literally a year ago, Jack and I were in New Zealand, like, to the day. Like, we were waltzing around New Zealand, doing whatever we were doing prior to Electron's 50th launch. I want to go back so bad.
And nobody cares. Hey, look, Starship.
Yeah, I will say chat kind of agrees on everyone that has OCD is kind of not so happy with the design. A lot of people saying ew, but I mean, it's not terrible. Is it good? No, I don't think so, but it's not terrible. There are some designs where you look at it and just go, why? This one, you just look at it and go, T.
Yeah, like Ship 26.
But
well, yeah. Also, no one saw the pun there. It's fine. Continue.
The visual appearance and aesthetic of a rocket is well behind any bit of function that the hardware on board of it has. So I think in judging a rocket based on how it looks is a bit like judging a fish based on how well it can climb a tree. You know what I mean?
No, that makes no sense.
Okay, fine.
Now I want to see fish climbing trees, but anyway.
I mean, ideally, you design a rocket with both form and function in mind. It should be a beautiful machine that looks beautiful. It should also be functional. Ideally, that beauty comes from the functionality with some flourishes. But I take your point, Max. Yes, it should work first because every little scrap of mass that you spend is important on a rocket.
But we also haven't seen it fly yet, so we have to reserve any bit of, I guess, opinion on that front until we see it fly.
Yeah, having an opinion now would be like using gasoline to, I don't know. I can't come up with an analogy as ridiculous as yours.
Yeah. Also, remember the space shuttle. It's been too long since we brought that up. The first 2 flights, they painted the external tank white, and then they switched to the orange. And a lot of people went, ew, the orange tank foam color looks disgusting. And yet now
those people are wrong.
It's now the most iconic feature, I feel like, of the shuttle, as Kevin has drawn a fish in the trees there.
I was going to say, is he circling something we should be looking at, or is that
just
a fish?
No, it's a fish.
That's a fish in the tree. So the fish have climbed a tree there. Thank you, Kevin. Also, thank you, Skeleton Man Dan, saying great coverage as always. They're asking, if Ship 36 has a really good soft landing, what do each of you think is the likelihood that 37 and or 38 will be caught and reflown?
37 no, 38 yes, maybe.
I think it depends on... I think it depends on how controlled the entry was for 36 coming down, and also how well the TPS system did. They want to have full confidence in that ship will survive and be controlled coming into whichever tower they do for catch. Because obviously you are overflying land, and if you have a RUD or something or some major malfunction over land, you are then risking human life, and that is a big deal and not something you really want to delve into. So they want to have the utmost confidence in ship's ability to control itself and make it back down to land successfully and safely or have the ability to abort itself before it is in any position to endanger anybody. But Ship 37 sounds like kind of a stretch, like Jack was saying, but Ship 38 is, I think, the most likely candidate.
Right. I mean, in my opinion, one of the biggest things is the fact that you not only need to prove that you can do it, but that you can do it again. And just like with the ship flights, they waited till they had a couple of successes before they decided, you know what, now let's go ahead and try the catch. I feel like it's going to be the same thing here. Based off of especially the first 3 flights of version 2, it's let's make sure we get all this worked out and then do the catch. Will they do a catch before we see a next version booster? That's going to be the interesting question. What do you think on that?
Yes.
Jack?
Oh, that's tricky.
Yeah.
I'm strategically muting as cars drive by, if you couldn't tell.
It's fine.
I mean, Booster 18 is what we expect to be the next version of Booster. We're on Booster 16 for Flight 10. Presume Booster 17 for a flight in there somewhere. Call it Flight 11 just for shiggles. And then a reflight of a booster or 2. So that would put us... Yeah. I don't know. That's really tricky, Sawyer. That's a tricky question. I'm going to say no. But it could really go either way.
I'm glad I came up with a good question.
It also really depends on how many V2 ships they have left before they move on to V3. They could have as little as only 2 more after 36.
If 37 and 38 are the last 2 version 2s, and 39 does indeed end up being the first version 3 ship, then yeah, that's just 2 more.
Yep. And of course, they need the Block 3 or V3 version of booster to fly V3 version of ship, unless they do some kind of mod to the design to allow the first 1 or 2 V3 ships to fly on a Block 1 or Block 2.
Can you imagine some sort of Starship dongle, Starship adapter?
Oh my god!
They got to go to the Apple store and pick up a $200,000 dongle for Starship.
You know what? I want to see if they do end up going with some. This is complete hypothetical. But imagine on the very first V3 ship, they throw in 6 RVACs and of course 3 sea level Raptors, and they utilize the current generation of Super Heavy booster. That hot staging event would be absolutely absurd.
Yeah, that would be cuckoo bananas.
Cuckoo bananas! Wow,
that really would. Oh my gosh! Now I want to see that. But yeah, I guess my thought comes down to whether they end up trying to catch and refly any of the version 2 or the current version of the boosters as well. Because I know we have, as you pointed out, 16 and 17. There was a hint from one of the SpaceX employees as we take a look at a drone view at Massey's right now, courtesy of Jerry out in the field.
Yeah, I believe Shayna Diaz was saying that the next one's going to be a catch. I forget what booster. Right. I think 16, because that's the next flight. So 16 will be caught, and then maybe they reuse 15 on the flight after. Is the think I remember seeing Slayer. Correct me if I'm wrong. My voice is getting higher. I can't stop.
What's happening to your voice?
You are correct. From what I saw from that exact post you're talking about, that was the plan. So at some point we will have another catch in there. So I wonder if, that means we get one more flight with all of the older hardware and maybe go for a catch, especially as they get that ready to transition over to pad B2 West. I don't know what to call it anymore. The new pad.
No, okay, just for the record, no one has ever wanted to refer to either pad using a cardinal direction. Can we just put that one to bed even as a joke?
No.
Absolutely not.
All right, good talk.
I don't know. We'll see what Chris Bergen says on the official notation of what we can and can't say with that.
Kevin, those are clouds.
Yes, they are. We are still seeing the tank farm continue to get quite active here.
That looked like it was the methane subcooler. If Ryan Weber was here, he would tell me for sure, but I think that's what that was.
That's why we're so optimistic. No, I'm kidding. Sorry, Ryan.
Yikes!
We love Ryan Weber here. Genuinely, that was. I just had to make the joke. I'm sorry. Let's see. Chromatic gifting a red team membership. Thank you very much for that. Eric Frazier gifting 5 red team memberships. Doug Ramsey gifting 10 red team memberships. Thank you so much for all the gifted memberships. We appreciate that. And then Shannon becoming a Pad Rat member. Also appreciated. Ninja Decimator saying, "What is happening to Jack? We already have one Sawyer."
You know, I've
always made bad jokes. If you do not remember me making bad jokes, then you should go to the doctor and get your memory checked. Sawyer just brings it out in me.
I mean, to be fair, I've already had 2 people text me like, what is going on with Jack? He's gone full Sawyer tonight. Like, just tonight.
Really?
I have, actually. I'm not lying.
Why we gotta gatekeep bad jokes in the name of Sawyer? Like, everyone can do it.
Because Sawyer holds all the pun tokens. We don't.
That is true. Thank you, Dr. Holly.
That's what you think. That's what you think. I have a secret stash.
Kind of like how you have secret mute powers.
Max.
I'm sorry, who has the actual physical container of pun tokens that was given to them by the amazing Dr. Holly?
I have no idea.
Starship, am I right?
Please tell us.
Anyway, yes, you have my permission to use some pun tokens.
Oh, you were ever so kind, sir. Thank you very much.
Aren't I? Anyway, but at this point, just for an update here as we continue to wait for all the things to go on for the static fire testing tonight, we are seeing things getting very active with the tank farm itself. But at this point, we have yet to see any indications of propellant load underway, but we are keeping an eye on that and hoping for that to happen very shortly here. Anonymous, by the way, getting items from the shop saying, "Love the coverage and content. It would be cool if things could be packaged together to save on shipping for an order with 3 prints instead of 3 times shipping." That is something we can probably reach out to the shop team there, but we got a couple of metal prints coming in there. We got one of the flag shots there. What else we got? The other print is... oh, gorgeous shot there with the sunrise. It looks like, and then third one.
Oh, hell yeah.
Preview being so rough to see exactly what we're getting. Oh, nice. The Falcon Heavy shots. So thank you for getting those. A reminder, all of the prints that you do get, some of that does go to directly support the photographer that took those photos, including it looked like a Max print in there. So
I think actually the first 2 were mine. So thank you very much.
Yeah. Ethereal Swordsman saying, "I like rockets." Appreciate that. Ninja Decimator saying, "It's pad B2 West." See, there you go. The Ninja Decimator has spoken. And ODST coming back with the $10 super saying, "I'm glad to see the Strange 3 grid fin setup. Cosmetically, questionable, but it does mean that engineers have gnawed out of their cages and are free to design the most effective rocket." I do like the description on that. But I mean, I did see a couple of people in chat that were basically saying the fact that, aesthetics and everything is cool, but it really is about functionality. And of course, we joke about the looks of it here. I mean, of course, we love seeing cool looking rockets, but I think we're all on the same agreement here that the key point is they have a rocket that functions, that is efficient. By getting rid of a grid fin, you're saving mass on the vehicle. That can be mass that instead becomes payload to orbit. So we trust them.
There are certainly just absolutely disgustingly ugly rockets out there, but they work. I mean, at the end of the day, functionality matters above everything else.
Do I dare ask which ones?
Oh gosh, I think the first that comes to mind is either Atlas Able from the 60s, where obviously you had the super fat, very early Atlas balloon tank, or the balloon tank Atlas, with the very, very skinny Able upper stage. It just looked absolutely just obnoxious. And then the next one I want to say, probably Ariane 4.
Okay. I think that's fair. Trying to think what I would even put on that list of ugly looking rockets. I mean, this is going to be a very controversial opinion, but I think Titan was kind of on the uglier side.
You take that back right now.
It's just the
Take
side
that back
boosters.
right
The
now.
side boosters just look so goofy
They're
compared
beautiful.
to the
No, they're beautiful. You're
to the
wrong.
width
Max is
of
right.
the
You're wrong.
center.
So you're wrong. Titan 3, Titan 4, especially
Goated.
are absolutely goated. 100%. 100% goated. Especially Titan 4 with the super long fairing. Goated.
With the sauce.
All right. I see where they stand here. Let's see. Balloon Tank Atlas is not fat. Someone said, by the way.
Well, compared to in the Able upper stage, it absolutely is just obnoxiously fat.
True. But all rockets have some charm to them, I guess. Anyway, continuing along here with some questions. Here's one from CosmoSim who's saying the Block 3 hot stage ring is a whole lot thinner. It doesn't look capable of carrying the load of a whole ship under strong Gs. Do you think that will be an issue? I mean, I think they've probably worked to figure out the best way to have the least amount of material with the most amount of strength at this point, right?
Yeah, and to be fair, I've had similar thoughts initially when the current design of hot staging ring came out before Flight 2. And then I've also had similar thoughts about the N1 rocket when I first learned about it many, many years ago. So looks can be deceiving, that much can be said, but as long as it is able to support the loads where and when it needs to, that is all that matters. But yeah, surely, like you were saying, Sawyer, I'm sure by now SpaceX has 100% worked out where it needs to be strong and where it doesn't need to be, I guess.
So along
Yeah, I feel like
those lines-
structural engineering is one of the areas where I wouldn't worry or doubt SpaceX in any way.
I mean, we saw.
Just look at how on Flight 1, the FTS.
I was just gonna say that.
Yep.
I was just gonna say that.
So along those lines, there was another question from Enrique X who was saying, do you think that Booster 15 should be tested with a hot stage ring on re-entry to know if landing burnt engines can withstand the extra weight of it?
I feel like that bit of testing is a bit redundant at this point. I mean, Super Heavy, compared to how it started life before flight, especially with Booster 7, they have changed the design leaps and bounds over Booster 7 to where it is now, and also as a byproduct of all those changes, it has gained so much mass. So I feel like, and obviously they are going to be. Well, I can't talk anymore. Good Lord. The current design of booster is going to be probably wrapped up in the next 2 or 3 flights, unfortunately. So I feel like gathering data on that front would just be redundant. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's just pure, like me just being skeptical. But I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, maybe earlier on in the program, but especially given all of the mass cuts that we were just talking about for the next version. Maybe that will be an indicator that they have kind of done the calculations for it and won't need to do the test, partly why also they just jettison it at that point. Speaking of things that we're keeping an eye on here, Tank Farm there, it looks like just getting really frosty all of a sudden. Any indications that we're seeing over there on your end, Jack?
You know, nothing I can report on with any certainty. Certainly the tank farm spooling up more is a good sign. Hopefully we see some frost on the tanks here soon.
That would be very nice to see. Fingers crossed that we actually start seeing that dune here.
Do we want to speculate as to what the heck is going on? I mean, I feel like we should have already been into fueling at this point, but
I didn't want to say.
mark?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Jack. Normally, we've seen by the amount of time that we've seen Massey's this active, we would see either some thermal conditioning on the surface of the tanks, or frost on either the LOX or the methane tank at this point. Maybe they had some kind of hiccup that they had to work past, either on the farm side or the ship side of things. We don't have any insight to that, obviously. But the fact that the tank farm is still active, I think, speaks volumes in that they are still pressing forward with testing as it is right now. The biggest indicator of any kind of abort of the test would obviously be the tank farm calming down. and at some point the road also would have to be reopened. So, but obviously we are nowhere near that point yet.
Right. I mean, at least we're starting to see activity again, because as we were going through the questions, the tank farm got really quiet there, but it is starting to pick up again at least. And still no visible frost yet. I see people using the command in chat, but it doesn't look like there's any visible frost. There is that one line there, but that I believe is just a section where tiles are currently missing near one of the welds. So hopefully we see that soon. Another thing that hopefully we'll see soon is Booster 16, which there's a question here from Yvonne who's saying, when Booster 16 roll out? Because in terms of testing at this point, I mean, Booster 16 is basically done. So it seems like once we see that roll out, Max, that's more of an indication of flight than anything.
Yeah, and based on what we saw from Flight 9, they have the ability to roll both booster and ship out relatively close, or very close actually, to their targeted day for launch. So I think they can roll either out within plus or minus, I guess, 3 days or so, give or take a day, depending on where they are. But just because they roll it out doesn't mean necessarily that we are. Well, I guess I take all that back. I think obviously when the booster rolls out again, we are, I would say, very close to launch. And obviously, whenever ship rolls out, we are even closer to launch at that point. So, but obviously, we had to get through tonight. Hopefully, if not tomorrow, if they do opt to abort and go through with testing tomorrow, heaven forbid. But obviously, they had to get through the entire fire campaign for ship at this point. So, fingers crossed, this all has to happen first.
Right, and then I'm sure it's expected that we will start to see them roll this back to the roll it back and then do some work before it goes out completely. Because obviously, like we were talking about earlier, Jack, I mean, there's still tile work to do. I'm sure there's other work that would still need to be done on the ship before flight, right? It's not like they can just roll it over to the pad.
Yeah, I mean, they got to put the dummy links on, for one. I assume that those aren't on there. Also, they got to do the FTS on the ship as well. Also, I don't know if you remember a little ship named Ship 35, but after its six-engine static fire attempt, seemed like one of the engines ate itself, and they had to swap out an engine, and then they had to do that again after the next. It was so even if we do see a six-engine static fire, you know, until we see a ship rolling to the pad, or I guess also a booster with a hot stage ring rolling to the pad, kind of all bets are off, right? But yeah, I mean, Starlinks, FTS, and final tile work are the big ticket items, assuming they don't have any Raptors eat themselves.
And most of the time as well, like once we see SpaceX post about the test, either just with a text description and or actual visuals from the test, that is normally a good sign. But also, like what happened last time, a ship still had to roll back and do some more testing in what looked like a spin prime test. So, but usually a tweet or acknowledgement of the test from SpaceX is a sign that the data analysis from the test was good. So, hopefully we get some more of that either tonight or tomorrow.
Hopefully, yeah. And again, hopefully sooner than later with all of this. Let's see. Here's a really interesting question. I saw this the other night during the Starlink stream, but I wanted to wait for a Starship stream to bring it up. Boom Shakalak, first off, great name, asking, why don't they just whack some of their TPS experiments on a Starlink Falcon 9 second stage for its re-entry? Max, I feel like...
They have.
Oh, they have? Jack, go ahead. Yes.
No, I'll let Max answer, but
Like,
haven't they put Starship tiles on a Falcon 9 second stage before?
They have put very early
swear they have.
renditions. Well, they have, but they were very early renditions of Starship tiles on Dragon 1. And that was only on a very small portion of the actual heat shield itself. In terms of the actual second stage, depending on how many they would want to put on, it would add probably enough weight to make the performance, especially on Starlink missions where they need every bit of performance from the upper stage, I guess to a point where it might not be optimal. They also have to deal with the airflow on ascent as it goes through, obviously, supersonic speeds and up to max Q. And the bigger point to mention is once the upper stage reaches the atmosphere, it cannot control itself. So I feel like, especially if they only install tiles on one side, you're going to get about as good of data as you got from Starship Flight 9 with how Ship 35 re-entered the atmosphere in a somewhat, or I guess just uncontrolled manner. So I feel like there's only so much there to gain compared to what I guess you could be thinking of. But Falcon 9 at this point is not really a good test bed for anything on Starship. Obviously, they had those tiles on the very early Dragon 1. I think for either 1 or 2 flights, but I'm not even sure how much that helped.
And I mean, we have actual tests with the heat shield tiles, just not on this current version of the booster. We've had other ships that have made it through re-entry. So there is some data, at least, that you can work with here. And also, I feel like, given the amount of mass that they need to bring up with these Starlink satellites and wanting to cram as many of them as they can into the payload fairing, because it's a mix of volume as well as mass, that adding more to it would probably not help their desire to get as many Starlink satellites up.
Right.
Especially when you have, an actual Starship to try and test it on.
And you know what? Also, it just came to me. If you have any tiles mounted on the outside of Falcon 9's upper stage, if heaven forbid, if any of those were to come off, especially around max Q or when the vehicle is going supersonic, you risk any of those tiles coming back down and striking any bit of the tank structure. Now, I'm sure it wouldn't cause that big of an issue, but there still is a bit of risk in there in terms of either damaging the tank structure or it's slapping a grid fin in just the wrong area, or the interstage or a landing leg. The risk there is very minimal, especially compared to what we're all, I'm sure, thinking of at this point with STS-107, with a piece of foam striking the leading edge of Columbia's left wing. That was a very particular circumstance, and it is nowhere near, I guess, comparable to what might happen here with Falcon 9. Obviously, this is all hypothetical, but But that being said, also on Flight 2 in particular, we saw a bunch of heat shield tiles just come right off of ship 25. I don't know. I feel like there's only so much to gain there, and I think it is just more. It is more worth your while to just keep flying Starship to chase that data.
Yeah, I mean, more flights, more better, but of course that's what we're always about here, is getting more flights happening, more Starship flights. That's what they've talked about, was getting one off every, 3 to 4 weeks for the foreseeable, for the next couple of flights at least, so. Yeah. Let's see here. Here's a good question from Space Lover. They're saying, what are the chances that if Ship 36 has a stable reentry, that there would be severe flap burn-through similar to Ship 29? And I mean, I think one of the biggest things, Jack, is the fact that they redesigned the flaps for that exact purpose to try and avoid that.
Yeah, that was sort of the point, right?
I thought it was, at least, yeah. We haven't gotten to see it actually tested out, though, given the whole, re-entry issues, but...
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm not super worried about the ship if it can get to entry interface and maintain attitude control. I'm really not super worried about the flap redesign or anything like that. It's just a matter of getting the dang vehicle to that point and maintaining attitude control into the entry interface. Like, that's the hard part. And lest we forget, SpaceX has deliberately chosen the less easy path of autogenous pressurization on the ship, meaning they pressurize they backfill the empty void in the tank that happens when they drain all the fuels out with gaseous whatever was in the tank versus an inert gas like nitrogen or helium or something, which is a challenge in and of itself, and B, they also are using that same hot ullage gas as their reaction control system thrusters. So it's like one insanely complex spaghetti knot of a system. I mean, not only do you have the fully flow stage combustion engines, which are on their own a crazy snake eating its own tail sort of situation, but you have that then feeding the autogenous pressurization, which also feeds the RCS. I do wonder if that's going to end up remaining the solution over time, but yeah, I'm way more concerned about that whole ball of wax than I am about the flaps being slightly repositioned in a slightly different shape. I feel like they can simulate that pretty well.
Agreed.
Yep. Oh, definitely. I think we're all on the same page on that here. Again, continuing to see the tank farm do stuff. Still not seeing the ship do stuff yet. So,
Somebody poke it with a stick.
Kevin, can you poke it with a stick? Draw a little stick.
Come on, do something.
Hey, chaps, I don't want to raise a false flag,
Here's
but
the
am I seeing a little bit of frost? So from this view, look just above the very top of the bottom fin. I feel like there's a bit of a line there. Am I crazy?
It's a flap, not a fin.
Okay, flap, whatever.
I mean,
Question still stands.
Let me check on a different view because our preview is a little difficult to see.
Yeah.
I can't tell if that's just one of the weld lines or if that's...
It looks like, if not a line of frost, it might be a bit of condensation from them thermally conditioning the tanks. I could be... no, no, definitely not. My eyes are just crazy.
Hey, Max,
I'm
remember that
seeing
time
things.
you saw headlights and thought it was something that was not headlights? Remember that?
I have no idea. I have no idea what you're talking about. Nope,
Not
not
sure
at
I
all.
want to know the story.
I'm pretty sure you were on the stream too, Sawyer.
Oh, that!
No. It's fine. It's fine. No. It's fine.
It was. I'm pretty sure it was also a late night Massey static fire stream.
I think it was. Oh my gosh.
Just saying.
Just saying. Just saying. Anyway, but yeah, so Max, we know you're officially crazy. Since you said, are you crazy or are you seeing it? But
Yeah, I know. I'm crazy.
you know what you also
Certified.
are?
What?
A really good photographer. So great that some
God.
of your prints are available at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. I mean, look at this one. Check out these Starship prints that we have from the last couple of flights. Oh, I mean, they're so great. I still love the one with the green streak in it. That's still one of my favorite shots you've had of Starship, Max.
A little bit
All
of
of them.
engine-rich combustion there. No big deal. No big deal.
Yeah,
It was a reflown booster. Cut it some slack.
I know, but I still love that shot. I mean, just because, like you said, the frame before it and the frame after it didn't have it, right? It was just that one frame.
It was, and also the angle that we had for this shot and the shot prior, we are super lucky to have, and we cannot thank. We are just very, very lucky to have this angle, and also this angle here in the dunes, which is one of the spots we get for media for remote cameras. Yeah, here is one of the outer ring of 20 Raptors being a bit engine rich for about a second. This was the only frame it was captured in. I went through everything like 4 or 5 times, and this was the only frame that captured it. The idea with this shot was to capture the plume interaction, or the interaction of the exhaust from all 33 Raptors slamming into the launch mount, and that bit of plume on the right-hand side of dust got just enough in the way to where it kind of ruined the shot. But hopefully for Flight 10, I'll be able to try again and get a much cleaner version. But for the moment, I think this one did pretty well, all things considering.
And as we wait for the booster to chill, as you chill outside this summer, we have our awesome summer collection available as well, including the Hawaiian shirts that you see there. We also have our splashdown gear. Again, as hopefully we will see this ship actually do a successful soft splashdown. You can join the club for the words. Why did my brain just shut off? The Super Heavy Swim Club. You can wrap the Super Heavy Swim Club merch, as well as we've got the bathing suits, we've got the shorts, we've got women's apparel in there in addition, and of course there's still a little bit left from the most recent flights as well. A couple of patches there, and of course Jack with that beautiful shot.
Really? Seriously? Really? Everyone's gonna circle? Come on now. I was like, we could talk about the prints, the sale of the prints. Part of the sale goes to the photographer who shot the image. You don't have to show me on the... Are there more of those on there? Please say no.
No, I think it's just you on the banner, which, yes, that is right on the shop banner, so. Anyway. Shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Get back to Let me hit some support first, then we'll get back to more of your questions. Diabetic Kid saying for the mute powers dig, thanks for the memories, Max. Apocalypse Scout gifting 5 Red Team memberships, and Ethereal Swordsman saying, what do you do with the sick chemist? If you can't heal him, and you can't cure him, you can always bury him. Wow, that is deafening silence.
Crickets.
And literal crickets, you can hear them. Also,
All right,
General
calcium you later.
Oh gosh. By the way, General Interstellar saying, so are we witnessing the commentators turn on each other or all have a collective blood sugar drop? I think yes to both. Let's see here. Owen was wondering, by the way, what is engine-rich combustion? Max, you want to take that?
So it is essentially when the mixture ratio between the fuel and the oxidizer in the combustion chamber reaches a point where it is so-called engine-rich or oxygen-rich, and that there is excess oxygen in the combustion mixture, and that excess oxygen in the mixture is looking for anything to react with, and it is very corrosive. And the material that it comes in contact with first, from what we can from what we can tell, based on the color of the exhaust, is green, which is indicative of a copper lining inside of the Raptor. So that's what we mean by an engine-rich exhaust, that it is just running very oxygen-rich, albeit very briefly in that case, and the excess oxygen in the combustion chamber was reacting with the copper liner in the thrust chamber. So that is what we mean by engine-rich exhaust. Ideally, Raptor likes to run fuel-rich. Obviously, it has 2 different pre-burners, a fuel-rich pre-burner and an oxygen-rich pre-burner. But in the actual combustion chamber itself, like in most engines, likes to run fuel-rich. So when it's not running fuel-rich, either stoichiometric or ox-rich, that's when you get an, I guess, quote-unquote, engine-rich environment, and that is very dangerous to an engine's health, especially for reuse.
Yeah, there's not a lot that can withstand insanely hot, insanely high pressure oxygen. Like, it's not a thing that really any metals enjoy. So you get some of that in the wrong place or out of band, the wrong temperature, it's just going to start eating whatever metal component it touches. And then, yeah, that's engine rich. You generally want to be fuel rich or ox rich, but not engine rich. If you're burning your engine, it's going to tend to not work.
And there's that's exactly why most rocket engines ever produce run fuel rich, both in the pre-burner and in the combustion chamber. There are only, I believe, 2 engines that have flown in the U.S. that run an oxygen-rich pre-burner that are not running on a full flow stage combustion cycle like the Raptor does. And those 2 being the RD-180, which flies on the Atlas V, which was engineered and perfected by the Soviet engineers back, obviously, in those days before they collapsed in ULA and the U.S. were able to obtain those. But also more recently with the BE-4 engine produced by Blue Origin, which is used on Vulcan and New Glenn, which also runs an oxygen-rich pre-burner, also uniquely running on methane and liquid oxygen. So it's a very unique... It is the first ever American-made engine to run an oxygen-rich pre-burner. And it is just an absolutely beautiful engine, on top of it running on methane alone, which makes the exhaust just this amazing blue color. So yeah, but generally speaking, like the RS-25, the F1, the Merlin, the Raptor, they all run fuel rich, and many others as well.
There you go. Oh my gosh, Kevin in the chat, in the back channel saying B4 what?
Oh God.
That was bad.
B4 combustion instability, Kevin.
There you go. Here's a very interesting question from the Rocket Girl that I'm going to try and choose my words carefully to not jinx anything. No, you don't get to give yourself a pun token, Kevin. That's not how that works. But they're saying SpaceX seems to be, I'll change the words so not say any of them, not doing ship static fires really often when they're scheduled. How about that? Could that be caused by issues that led to the demise of 33, 34, 35? I mean, Jack, do you think they're being a little more cautious than we're used to seeing them, as opposed to the kind of high-paced, let's just test it and do it anyway than we've seen in the past?
Nope. I don't get that vibe at all. I mean, I definitely get the vibe that they want to get 36 off the ground, and they want to get more test data, and they want to continue to iterate on this program. But I don't really get the vibe that they have go fever or anything like that. I joke about it here and there, but I really feel like everybody involved in this program cares immensely, and they're not going to do anything haphazard.
But that's the opposite of, do you think they're being extra cautious, more cautious than they have been in the past because of the recent 3 flights?
I mean, I think the same goes for that. I don't see any signs of that outwardly, but I'm just a guy with a camera.
Yeah, but you're a guy with a camera who happens to be there constantly watching all the testing going on and has been tracking the testing through all this time. That's why I ask.
Yeah, for sure. I don't really see any signs that they're being overly cautious or under cautious. I think they're being the right amount of cautious and about the same that we've seen them this whole time. Certainly, people inside SpaceX they want this to go well. They know that it's not trivial if they're seen as backsliding at this point, especially given all of the horrors. I'll try and pronounce that extra explicitly for you, Sawyer.
Yeah.
But there's various headwinds that could be applied to the program that did not exist in the last month or until the last month, and especially right now, any sort of backsliding or things that are seen as a failure would not be good. I'm sure SpaceX is cognizant of that, and I'm sure they're doing everything they can to dot their T's and cross their I's. But from my perspective, from an outsider perspective, it's just every single day, everybody comes out here and works their tails off to get these vehicles ready for the next flight, whatever flight that is, irrespective of what the previous flight was. It's just a day in, day out grind of let's build these spacecraft, let's test them, and let's get to Mars.
Kevin doing a really tight zoom in there. I'm guessing looking at part, see whether it's frost or steel. Definitely looks steel-like to me.
Yeah,
Right.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Those are all bald patches on the heat shield as well. So, I mean, we're basically just looking at the TPS and the white spots on the TPS and wondering if it's frost, but it's just TPS spots.
That too.
Maybe, Kevin.
I feel like that was there before, and that was one of the lines that kind of fooled me the first time. I don't know.
I'm sure some people in chat will also help with the A/B testing as well, kind of going back and forth to see what we can see.
Can we cut to Jack's view and see if Jack's view has any better view of any potential frost lines?
Oh. That's a pixel on the camera, or?
That looks the same to me as it has.
Okay, well.
Yeah, that's the spot I was looking at. It almost looks like there's movement there, like kind of condensation.
Maybe. We'll definitely have to keep our eyes on it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say, but
I mean, the thing is, it's clearly the tank farm is active. The road to Massey's is still closed, so the testing is on the table for tonight, and we'll just have to wait and see what happens. I hope Kevin's right.
I hope so too. All right,
not
everyone
yet,
can
Kevin.
put that.
Not yet, Kevin.
Yeah. All right, we'll continue on in the meantime then with some more questions here. Here's one from Mythos Technologies. While we were zooming in, taking a look at the ship, do we know, Jack, does Ship 36 have its catch pins yet?
It does. I remember photographing them when it rolled to Massey's. They're sort of hanging off the side there. So, yeah, totally have them.
There you go. Nice, short, easy answer there. One from Ninja Guy Dan asking, does Starship have RCS control in all 3 axes as well as the ability to translate on all 3 axes? Any idea on that? Max, I'll throw it to you first, or Jack, whoever.
I'm trying to read the question in the preview, but it's coming through glitch. Can you tell me the question again, Sawyer?
Does Starship have RCS control in all 3 axes, as well as the ability to translate on them.
Oh, I mean, I assume it has to have RCS in all necessary, 6 degrees of controllability. But I don't actually. I've never actually like sat and mapped out each vent and its orientation on the ship and confirmed firsthand, like, yes, they have 6 degrees of. I don't actually know, but I would assume so because I mean, it needs it, right?
I know
You
the
would think.
the RCS thrusters on the older versions of ships, back in the SN days especially, the RCS vents were very obvious, and it was also a lot easier to tell without the chasm of heat shield tiles on the bottom of the ship as well. So certainly they do, and I'm sure the design and location of those has certainly changed. And they might be also trying to utilize a lot of the vents for the Raptors and the tanks also as kind of pseudo RCS thrusters as well. But yes, they have to at some point in order to maintain control authority in orbit, because obviously the fins or the flaps serve absolutely no purpose once you're in orbit or in a very high altitude, because there is no atmosphere to react with. So they still need some way of controlling the ship's orientation.
There you go. And we'll see if they end up making any changes to how they do it after what we saw with the last flight and the loss of control issues there. Chat currently has a gift train going on. Goodness gracious, started with Bideford. Love seeing her here. Thank you, Bideford, gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Chromatic then coming in, gifting a Red Team membership as well. Jason Russell coming in and gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Then the best Tracy, Sheriff Tracy, gifting a Red Team membership as well. Goodness gracious, thank you all for the support. And if you are one of those members, make sure you give them a big thank you and enjoy the perks that will be coming with it, especially as we get closer to flight time here for Flight 10 and all the goodies that come with that too, like behind the scenes during the actual broadcast, members multi-view during the webcast, as well as some of our countdown to launches. Lots of good things coming up for Mimbies. I have the split screen here, taking a look as we continue to wait for any indication of propellant load to begin here on Ship 36 out at Massey's for a static fire. By the way, Kevin now saying one of the other perks is that you get to hear Kevin during the Starship launches screaming that he has no cameras. So
It is actually a legitimate perk.
it really is cool.
I have no cameras.
See a lot of people talking about frost on the LOX tank there. Are we now seeing
Oh,
LOX tank
actually,
frost?
yes. I see it. Condensation and jack shot.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
All right.
a little hard to see with our preview there, but yeah. Frost starting to form on the LOX tank. We could see a bit of the condensation. Here we go. It appears that propellant load is underway at this point. So assuming all goes as planned in the past, that typically means that we're about 40-ish minutes away, give or take, obviously. So we are getting finally closer to testing here. Going with that old-fashioned Texas tank watching now into the actual testing. Oh my gosh, Kevin with the music
Kevin.
coming in.
Boots and cats and boots and cats.
I mean, you had a great question earlier about the music.
He did.
No, we can move on.
No, what was that question, Jack?
It was a great question.
No. Hey, so Starship, am I right? So they're loading the tank with LOX. We should start to see a frost line on the methane tank pretty soon here, right? Am I right?
Boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats.
In what language is that?
Yeah, right. I think it was German, Sawyer.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah.
Actually, I think I can see a bit of a frost on the methane tank as well from this angle.
I do now too. Yes. So that appears that LOX load and methane load underway.
Yeah, like you were saying, Sawyer, that is normally a really good sign that we are on track, and we should be, based on the amount of prop that we're seeing in both tanks. Just as a reminder, for these static fire attempts for ship at Massey's, They tend to fill out the LOX tank all the way to serve as a sort of weight ballast to make the fire a bit less stressful on the hold down mechanisms over on its stand, and then they fill the methane tank to about just over what they need to feed all 6 Raptor engines for however long they want to fire the engines. And if go ahead, Jack. Sorry.
Did you just say weight ballast? All right, Mr. ATM machine. 7 a.m. in the morning?
Oh God. This is what I have to deal with every single day is Jack.
Every single day you're on different coasts.
Not
Still.
every day.
Every day. I still have to work with him.
And
But
so
yes.
do I, but it's not every day.
And the frost line on the LOX tank is rising rather quickly, and that is what we usually see whenever they go into prop load for either booster or ship at the launch site over at Massey. So that is a really good sign, and we should be looking around maybe 11 o'clock Central-ish.
When we saw the frost line, it would be about 40-ish minutes, would be around 11 Central. So, yeah, that vibes with it.
So
It
the road's
certainly
been
does vibe
closed
with
for
it.
like 2.5 hours. That could have all just been tank farm conditioning, but I can't help but wonder if they had some sort of, tricky thing they had to work through to get to this point.
Maybe.
What, the ship being tricky and complicated?
No.
Never. Let's see here. Here's a good question from Mr. Goose saying, do the Raptors throttle down during a ship static fire just like on a booster static fire? Max, do we know?
Well, whenever they fire a booster over on the launch mount, they are limited to quote unquote idle thrust, or the Raptor's lowest thrust setting, in order to make sure that the clamps that hold the booster down are not damaged and risk a booster getaway like we saw in Turner. But in terms of the actual throttle levels we see over at Massey's with ships, in some of the footage that they've released, and the slow-mo footage in particular looking up at all 6 engines, if you condense the footage, because I think to whatever frame rate it's slowed down to, if you speed it up to real time, especially on the RVACs, you can track the position of the Mach diamond below the bell, and you will notice it changes positions, which looks directly like they are throttling at least the RVACs in that test, as well as sometimes a very slight gimbal test of the sea level engines as well. So yes, we have seen them throttle the engines before, and we don't know, especially on these longer tests, how often that is, whether they have a pattern that they follow, or if it's a simulation of hot staging based on the engine's level of thrust. We don't know, but just in terms of them changing thrust levels, yes, they do.
If I'm not mistaken, on the previous long-duration fires, they've even said something along the lines of they were testing various throttle settings and propellant flows and things like that. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they do like a sweep on each engine, or with with the RVACs and then with the sea levels or something. But definitely, like Max is saying, you can see the throttle settings change based on how that Mach diamond is moving around. So definitely something they do.
And it's also easier to tell once the footage is slowed down, but it seems like they also follow the same ignition pattern that they would right at hot stage ignition of the Raptors, and that they fire a single Raptor or RVAC first, followed by the other 2, and then the innermost sea level Raptors in very close gaps. Obviously, in real time, you wouldn't be able to tell, but whenever the footage is slowed down, there is a slight gap. And we can only imagine that has to do with them wanting to orient the booster post hot stage separation, to orient it such to bring it into a more controlled angle of attitude in its boost back burn. So yes, there is a lot that happens below where we unfortunately cannot see during these fires.
Yep, but of course we'll have replays afterwards and take a look at all the different views that we have to show as much as we can of it, at least. Here's a question from Fly-by-Wire A320 fan saying, how many restarts is a Raptor capable of while in flight before the need of refueling or whatever starting fluid that it uses? Which I think that's also worth noting is what starting fluid does it use? Or does it use any?
Jack.
Doesn't use a starting fluid. It just uses gaseous oxygen and gaseous methane and torch igniters.
There you go. So in that instance, then there's not really a set limit, like with T-Tab or something, where you run out of it after an X amount of point, right?
Right. Now, I don't know how many times they can ignite the torch igniters or what sort of limiting factor there may be, but yeah, that is another area where Starship, in the name of simplicity, does not use an additional working fluid or starter fluid in the same way that the boosters engines use electronic TVC and other ships as well, instead of hydraulics that require a working fluid, things like that. Like SpaceX just over and over and over again with this architecture, trying to find ways that they can eliminate extra mass and extra complexity like that.
We take a super zoom in here with the enhance. You could see that frost a lot more clearly there on the lock side. Getting chilly, getting Philly. Which, about how much do they fill the max before we see these longer, or, well, I don't say longer, the 6 engine, I should say, static fires, because they tend to fill those more than the single engine.
Yeah, so we should see the LOX tank fill up all the way, and that is about... So I would say give it maybe a couple feet below where we currently see the frost line on the methane tank. The line on the methane tank won't be going at much higher than it is now, because they only fill that to however much they need to feed each engine for however long they want to fire. So we should see the LOX tank go all the way full to serve it as a ballast. But we are seeing that frost line continue to progress upwards.
So far, so good. Also, so far, so good is the amazing support that we've been getting this stream, which very much appreciate. Kobe getting an item from the store saying, "Thank you for everything you do. I love listening to your streams while I'm at work. Gets me through the day." We appreciate it. Thank you. Getting the Flight 9 patch, which I believe the most recent patch is there's still some left. It's not a lot, but there are some. Daniel Hogbin saying, "I think SpaceX is waiting for Jack to get in his kayak and get in position for the static fire to happen. Go, Jack, go." Morton Van Vick gifting 5 red team
You mean a
members.
kayak in the Rio? Hard pass.
There's gators in there, man.
You know that episode of The Simpsons where Lisa drinks some of the water in the Krusty World, Small World ride or whatever analog? And then she turns green? That's what would happen if I kayaked in the Rio.
There you go. Morton, thank you for gifting 5 red team memberships. Xavier saying, "Too bad no crew launch tomorrow, but if this goes off and is successful, I'll take the early birthday candle. Birthday is on June 19th. Well, happy early birthday." And yes, hopefully we get a static candle. We don't want this to actually go off, but we want the engines to ignite at least. Amy, thank you for becoming a red team member. Jesse with the $5 super chat with no message the first time, but coming back with another one saying, "Do they still have to swap out pumps a lot at the tank farm?" I feel like that's a Jack question. Once the cars drive by.
Yeah, thanks. How'd you know? I feel like I haven't seen them swap a pump out in a hot minute. I could have just been missing it, and I have been sick for a little while and also traveling. So caveat, weasel words. But yeah, I feel like I haven't done that in quite a while.
Weasel words?
Yeah, weasel words. You never heard of weasel words?
I've never heard of weasel words.
You surprised? I hear you. I'm surprised you haven't.
What's that supposed to mean?
I mean, you kind of weaselly. You say words. Is what it means.
You saying weasel words reminds me of that one poem you read for that one sound check for a live stream we did last week. That was funny.
I'm the very model level modern major general.
That's
actually,
not a poem. That's Pirates of Penzance.
Well, whatever it is, it was funny. But something I want to point out really quick, Sawyer. I have just observed a couple of vents coming from the common dome in between the LOX tank and the methane tank. And from this angle, it almost looks like the methane tank is gone? Question mark? Is that normal?
Jack, is that normal?
Hang on, spiders.
Oh my gosh.
Lots of spiders in Starbase. Can confirm.
I'm
There
parked
actually
next
is.
to a bush, and they all just keep coming into my truck. What's the question?
I'm seeing some venting coming from in between the methane tank and the LOX tank. Is that usual? Is that normal?
Yeah, that's probably normal.
Keyword probably. Famous last words.
Yeah, weasel words.
Famous last weasel words.
Oh boy.
I am hearing loud venting from the ship. So yeah, they're probably just getting a little venty as the tanks get a little bit more full.
Yep, just clearing out the excess pressures in there, because that is normal. Pressures will build as the propellant loads, so there will be those vents, and because of the location of those vents, you will be able to see them happen quite clearly, and especially
Just
thanks
call
to
it a Starbucks large the way it's venti.
Weasel words.
Oh my god, Jack. How have I never come up with that? That was actually really good.
Pun better.
I guess it's just because I don't drink coffee, but that was very good. Sorry, that threw me off there for a second.
Sawyer was
good.
speechless. He was left
A
stunned.
pun so good. I love that. And Sawyer, you don't have to drink coffee to go to Starbucks. I mean, we're not sponsored, but like half of their drinks are just caffeine milkshakes.
That's true.
True. I mean, I haven't had one of their caffeine milkshakes in years, but they do have decent pastries. Anyway, not
You
sponsored.
ever had the lemonade that kills you?
Yes. It's delicious.
It's so good.
I thought that was a Panera thing.
They also have a strawberry acai lemonade, and then also I think in summer they have a summerberry lemonade, which is absolutely divine. It's wonderful.
Do those ones kill you?
At some point, I'm sure if you drink enough of it.
Not interested.
What I am interested in is this drone view from Jerry Pike out there in the field. Now you can really get a good idea of that LOX level frost there. It can sometimes be a little harder to see the methane part, but also because they don't typically load as much methane as they do LOX, correct? Max?
Yes.
I was hoping you would give a slightly longer answer so I could take a drink, but...
No, Sawyer, you must suffer. No drinks.
Good, that was enough for me to take a sip. Thank you. And it is worth noting that we do have our entire field out there. We have Jack, we have Dee out there as well, we have Jerry with the drone, we have Caesar out there. The team has deployed, so we're all out here to try to get as many views as possible. And for the person who was asking about the Starbase summary, don't worry, that is still coming. We were just hoping to be able to see the static fire so we can include that in it. So that will still be coming out, don't you worry. I guess the question now is when static fire? When do we think we're getting actually to the point that we might start seeing this fire, Max?
So based on the level of propellant that we're seeing in both tanks, it looks like they're tracking towards probably at this point, because it's already 10:50 local time almost. Probably just after 11. I would if I had to guess, probably somewhere in the 11:10 to 11:20 p.m. ish range. We'll have to wait and see if that tracks, but the prop load continues, and based on what we've seen before, that's about what they're tracking for. So at least from what we can tell.
What we see so far, yes. And again, that's assuming all goes well. Let's see here. Just a Viking is wondering, the Massey deluge, is it potable city water, filtered river water? How does that work? Because I know it's very specific with the water that's used for the deluge and the detonation suppression system over at the actual launch pad. Jack, do you know that one?
I don't know if it's potable or not, but it's probably just hydrant water from Brownsville that's trucked in.
Back in my day, you could pop a hydrant and drink it.
You still can, but it might not go well for you.
Fair point.
Does anyone else think that hose water actually tastes good?
Yes. I thought it was so refreshing.
Really?
Yes.
Max, next time you're here in Starbase, can we buy super soakers?
1000% yes, Jack. Absolutely.
You
Let's
already
go.
have firecrackers. Now you get super soakers. Lovely.
Yeah, first one, then the other.
Redacted.
All right, so pointed out earlier the fact that again, we were just talking about when static fire. I guess the real question is, if everything goes well here for this static fire, when launch? Let's go around the table of what we think. Max, you first.
I'm not sure. They could push it if they really wanted to. So, assuming the fire goes well and they review data and they're happy with it, no engine swap needed. They go back into Mega Bay 2, finish up the heat shield tiles, and then roll it out to the launch site after they roll Booster 16 out of Mega Bay 2, or Mega Bay 1, I should say. I could see before the end of the month. So I think in less than 2 weeks, they could, assuming all goes well tonight.
Jack.
Hang on, dump trucks.
What'd you call me?
I'm trying so hard to just bite my tongue on that one.
No, seriously, like 20 dump trucks are going by. Hang on.
All right, I'll go with my opinion then. I think they're really going to push, I think, for the end of the month. As we saw Adrian share earlier, there is some FAA slotting out there for the 29th of June, which is a Sunday. But I think it's going to be a couple days after that, personally. I think we're going to see it just before the July 4th holiday, would be my guess.
God, although, like, it has to be said, a July 4th launch would slap so hard. That would be so cool.
They can't, though, right? Because it's a holiday.
I know. A man can dream, Jack.
I know. I just want to be clear. Like, for those out there who may be watching who might not know that, I agree, Max. Of July 4th or like a New Year's Day or midnight on New Year, like anything like that, I'm 100% here for it. I'm going to say launch at the end of the month. That's the 29th to the 30th.
Wow. Okay.
So about what we've seen from the FAA advisory, that's about also, I think also, 29th or 30th for sure. Sounds, so far, if all goes well tonight, that sounds realistic.
Yeah, now granted, if they do a 6-engine static fire tonight and one of the engines eats itself and then they have to roll it back to the production site and swap out an engine and then do another static fire, all bets are off. But assuming tonight goes well, 6-engine static fire goes well, we, again, don't know if it's going to be long duration or short duration or what. So stay tuned, because that's part of the fun of tank watching, right? Is we don't know what's about to happen. We just assume there's going to be some sort of engine test, likely a 6-engine. But if we're making assumptions and we assume that test is going to happen tonight and goes well, yeah, I mean, I think a launch right at the end of June is completely plausible the way all of the pieces are lining up on the chessboard.
Yeah, let's see. I'm seeing chat. I see July 8th, June 29th. Saw someone say the 30th. Someone say the 3rd at 11:59 p.m. June 30th, and very funny to the person who said June 31st. Very funny. 30 days has September, April, June, and November. Anyway, let's see here. Again, getting that cool drone view. You can see all of the ventiness and the frostiness there just surrounding the Massey's test site. That is such a cool aerial view from Jerry out there in the field, so I absolutely love that.
It's a Jerrial view.
Jesus.
Oh my gosh. We have KM art and a Jerrial view. I love it.
You gotta step up your game, Sawyer. Come on, man. I'm counting on you tonight.
I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, Jack has been healthily outpacing you tonight, Sawyer.
Well, I'm never gonna step up my game, but I'll try and up it at least.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Wow. I suppose
You asked for it.
I suppose we walked right into that one.
You sure did. I know I didn't.
Jesus Christ.
All right, let's keep things rolling, Sawyer.
That's the only way I know how. Is by rolling. Anyway.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the clarification. Thank you.
Isn't it funnier when you mansplain an answer? Oh, sorry. Anyway, thank you, Kevin. I appreciate that. Continuing to watch here as the fuel load is underway for the Ship 36 static fire, of which we are hoping that this will be the full 6-engine static fire, given that we saw the single-engine static fire earlier this week already. I believe that was on Monday, so just a couple days ago. And then, as we were discussing earlier, as we were tank watching, the question is, do we think this will be a short duration or a long duration? As we have more people coming in chat, I'm interested to see what people think it's going to be here. Do we think this will be a shorter duration one, or do you think we'll see a closer to 60-second duration one? Max, what do you think?
I mean, if the past two tests with Ship 34 and Ship 35 are anything to go off of, especially one after the other, I think it's safe to say, and especially with the changes in design they have made to the flame trench over at Massey's, it might be safe to assume, at least for the rest of the V2 generation of ships, that a 60-second static fire duration might be what's required to certify that there is no major leaks in the Raptors or anything else, especially in the attic, and that the rest of the design is good to go and buttoned up. So, if I had to guess, I would say we are in for a 60-second static fire tonight, like we've seen with Ship 34 and Ship 35, but you never know.
We never know, indeed. Yes, but
Yeah, I'm
hopefully,
inclined to agree. I'm hoping we get a long duration burn. There's no telling one way or the other which we will get, but we might not even get a burn. Maybe they do a spin prime and then start detanking, and we're all like, "Oh, womp womp." I don't think that's going to happen, but that's just the nature of this testing, right? Like SpaceX doesn't tell us what they're doing. They don't put out an announcement like, "On this time at this day, we're going to do a 6 like we just don't know. But I really do hope that it's 6 engines for a nice long duration. It's not every day they do a static fire test at night, especially not a long duration one. So hopefully, if that's what happens, we end up getting some super cool views of like flames shooting out of the flame trench. That'd be sick.
wait a minute. Haven't all of the long duration ones been at night?
That's what it sure seems like. Well, we say all of them. There's been, I think, only 2 or 3 of them.
I
definitely shot 35 during the day for its long duration burn.
Well,
for its last one, I should say.
I was gonna say the one that was 30-second, that one was definitely at night. The one for the previous ship, that one was absolutely at night because I remember editing the shorts after that one. It was so dark. So yeah, 2 of the 3 have been at night now. Potentially 3 of the 4. So, thank you, SpaceX. And we were talking about this earlier. Isn't there a rule of when they do these static fires, Max?
I feel like that is more of a question for Jack. I can't really say I have all the information off the top of my head.
Yeah, in the most recent regulatory paperwork, the one that we were talking about earlier that stipulates the amount of time that they can do static fires at the various paths and whatnot, I believe that same documentation does not list any nighttime static fire duration. So presumably it'll be like McGregor, where SpaceX tests all their engines. They're not supposed to test at night. Sometimes they still do. When they do, they have to pay a fine. We don't quite know what the setup is here in Starbase for Starship, especially not now that the city of Starbase is a city. So question mark. But yeah, as far as I am aware, they are not quote unquote supposed to test at night, but clearly they can.
Obviously, as we've seen with the last couple of flights now. But yeah, at this point, can kind of see it through through that big giant smoke cloud there. That everything looking good. You can see some of that venting there. And for this one, they tend to completely fill the LOX tank on it, but not fully the methane, right, Max?
Correct. Yeah, and as we can see, based on Jack's camera here, it looks like the LOX tank is nearing completion in terms of it being filled all the way. So, and the methane tank obviously has just enough in it to provide the engines with enough propellant for however long SpaceX wants to fire for. So, we are getting really close. Probably within 10 to 15 minutes or so.
Hopefully soon. Again, as we reach the 11 o'clock hour here at Starbase, we are waiting for ship 36 to perform its second static fire test of the week. So hopefully, as you pointed out, just given the timing of things, usually about 40 to 50 minutes. We're coming up on about the 35-ish, 40-ish minute mark. So hopefully in the next 10 to 15 minutes or so, we'll see some action happening, if not sooner. So everyone keep your eyes peeled, your ears peeled, I guess, for venting sounds, and keep those questions coming at NASASpaceflight in the meantime. Let me really quickly thank ODST Moody, saying hose water is delicious. It's got minerals in it. The deep south water runs through me like the hose water runs through the deluge.
I completely forgot we even brought that up. That's amazing.
Oh my god.
I probably should have pre-read that before I started saying it out loud, but...
Yeah, side note, don't drink hose water. It's probably very bad for you.
Yes. Do not try this at home.
Yeah, do as I say, not as I do.
I as a kid totally did that, but now I don't know. I also grew up in suburban New Jersey, but anyway.
That's even worse.
Yeah, that's probably the worst possible thing you could do as a kid.
What, grow up in New Jersey?
Yes.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, yeah. New Jersey is home to the most...
Absolutely indefensible.
It really is. I mean, it is home to the most nuclear waste sites of any state in the Union, and it is also has the highest population density. So, more
Weirdest
people,
Sawyer
more poison.
flex unlocked.
More
that
people,
even a
more
flex?
poison. That's the power of New Jersey. Fighting Falcon is wondering, weather-wise with these tests at least, have they done a static fire during a storm, or at least during the rain? Jack, I don't think they have. I feel like weather still plays a role in static fire testing in addition to just flights, right?
How does weather play into it?
Like, would they static fire while it's raining?
Yeah, probably. I mean, even the
Have
other day
they?
when they... Whoa!
Whoa!
What?
That's not good.
No! Oh my god.
It appears there has been a
Ship
run.
36 just blew up. Ship 36 just blew up. It just blew up.
So about those launch dates, I think that may delay a bit, as we've just experienced a run of Ship 36 prior to a planned static fire test at the Massey's test site in Starbase, Texas. You can still hear some of the popping. The screen went completely white there with that.
Oh my god, I'm shaking.
What
That was the craziest thing I've ever seen. The stuff is still cooking off at Massey's. I don't even...
So, Jack, if you get a chance to try and explain what it looked like and what it sounded like from out in the field.
I mean, I just looked up and saw bright white. I'm sorry, the exposure on the camera was toast. That was... What? I mean, stuff's cooking off. Can you guys hear that? Things are cooking off at Massey's right now.
Yeah.
Let's listen for a bit. You can still hear things popping, it sounds like. Is that what you're talking about, Jack?
Yeah, it just sounds like pop, pop, pop. It's a loud rumbling, and in fact,
Yeah.
I can see the plume sort of illuminating in conjunction with that sound. I can see some debris falling, it looks like, some flaming debris. I hope we don't get any kind of wildfire. I hope everybody is okay. I mean, that's why they clear out Massey's, and wherever they're doing any tests, that's why they have a blast danger area, and that's why they clear it out. That is so many questions at this point. What on earth just happened? This does not bode well for the Starship program. And I mean, of course, SpaceX will pick up the pieces and figure out what went wrong. But very clearly, a hugely catastrophic anomaly, a huge setback for the Starship program. I mean, how are they going to test any ships? How are they going to cryo any boosters? How are they going to do anything at Massey's? This is not good. This is so not good.
And it's worth noting, the fire there's still burning. This is still a very active situation there after that explosion. Not just, as you pointed out, the destruction of the ship, but based off of the sounds and what we can see, that looks like damage to the Massey's test site, which right now is the only place capable of testing those ships.
I
And
mean,
you can still hear the popping.
if we can go back and just remember
I'm still hearing things cook off. I'm worried about all the propellant tanks and everything. I mean, there could be more explosions coming shortly here as things continue to burn.
Most important, Jack, D, Caesar, Jerry, please be safe out there. If you need to get off and move, let us know. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there, Max. Go ahead.
No, it's all good. I mean, we're all just watching this as it unfolds. The methane side of the tank farm is very close in proximity from what we can tell to where ship is, or rather was at this point. And we don't know how full it was, whether they filled the tank farm like ship with just enough to support a set length static fire, or if it's near full at all times to support any operations. But worth noting that at the time of what we saw with the Anomaly, the liquid oxygen tank was almost full, and they only had just enough methane to that point to support a however long duration static fire SpaceX was aiming to go for tonight. So they had plenty of oxygen in the tank. If it was a full methane tank, we would be seeing a much different scenario in a much larger explosion. So in the grand scheme of things right now, it could have been way worse, but this is so far from optimal. It's not even funny.
No.
I mean this is the word I would use is catastrophic.
Legit, not even any jokes to make on this one. This is why that is probably the largest explosion we've seen since the SN days.
I would say bigger. I honestly would say bigger. Like, if you think about SN10 landing and then exploding, they did not have a full load of locks.
Yep.
And there wasn't a tank farm immediately next to it that got hit by it. I mean, there was a tank farm next to it, but it landed on the landing pad. I am seeing a large, and forgive me if I'm like babbling, I'm riding the adrenaline wave. I'm seeing a large, dark cloud of smoke now rising from Massey's. That's not great. I don't necessarily want to breathe that in. So I might be packing up my camera here shortly, but Massey's is continuing to burn. This is very not good.
I was going to say, if you need to go, if you need to get a mask, if you need to move, please, just most important is you being safe. We have the drone view up right now as well. You could see that smoke that Jack was talking about moving off to the left side of your screen. That looks, again, there's the main spot where the ship was, and then, of course, there is the tank farms all around it as well, which, as Jack was pointing out, is definitely a concern. And you can still see how bright those fires are, which the exposure was set in that we would drop it right before the static fire so that you have a better view. So that's why it initially looked as bright as it did, but even still now, you could see how bright those fires still are at Massey's. And we are working replays. We have D with the slow motion coming shortly as well. We have the drone up there. We will pull replays and be able to look through this again and see what happened. But for those just joining, go ahead.
As we wait for those, looking back, it looks like the explosion originated, I want to say, from the headers. Definitely from the top of the ship, like nose cone area. So to me, that would be header tanks or potentially transfer tube area. I believe the view you're going to see that on is from CP11. And of course, whatever D and the other views that we have are. I'm so sorry. My view overexposed immediately. I feel like a clown, but that's how it goes when you're exposed for nighttime.
Jack, you still got it. You still got it, Jack. You're all good.
Exactly. And again, keep in mind, like we were talking about, you had that set up, the exposure, figuring we would just be able to watch it fuel up, and then right before the test, you would drop it. We did not expect this to happen. Those just joining, there was a massive explosion just before a planned static fire test of Ship 36. This is the Massey's test site that you're looking at right now in Starbase, Texas, a little bit away from the launch site itself. As they were doing the fueling, all of a sudden there was a large, massive explosion. We continued to hear sounds that sounded like popping. for quite a while afterwards of potential additional explosions going on there. So right now, Massey's is, as you can see, quite on fire. Big, billowing black smoke there.
Hey Sawyer.
Yes, go
I'm
ahead.
looking back through some of our footage on a different computer, and it looks like there was 2 different explosions. Jack was on point about the first one seeming to originate from the header tank area of the ship, and the second one seemed to be the actual methane tank itself mixing with the LOX tank as those came apart. This feels and looked eerily similar to what happened with Amos 6 and Falcon 9 way back many years ago, almost 10 years ago now. Obviously, we have absolutely no clue as to the exact origin or cause of what happened, and hopefully, a lot of our replays can give us a better idea. But it looks like there were 2 separate explosions. The first coming from the header tank side of the ship.
Yeah, and per D in the back channel, we will see their slow motion shortly, but from what they're saying in the back channel, very much 2 explosions at least. And again, they had it recorded in slow motion, and we will have that at some point as well here. Right now, though, just continuing to watch the fire not dying down at all at Massey's following this. I mean, I don't want to say too much at this point. Anything else is speculation, but I think it's safe to say that the Starship program is definitely going to have a pause for a while here as things get reevaluated, and that version 2 boosters have not had the best of luck to this point.
Ships.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Version 2 ships, not boosters.
Ships, excuse me, yes. Sorry. I think we're all a little taken aback by what just happened here.
Yeah, I
think it's safe to say, like, we haven't seen any sort of anomaly or explosion like this, certainly in the testing phase of Starship in a long time.
Fire getting bigger?
That could be. I mean, there are a lot of resources to burn over at Massey's. Methane being, of course, one of the most dangerous. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, that fire is definitely burning.
No, there's not even anything on the stand anymore.
No.
I can just see the stand sitting there with nothing on it.
Oh, wow, you can see it through the smoke there, yes.
The ship is just completely obliterated. I mean, I assume it looks like SN10 did, just like sort of a flattened husk. Ugh, what a terrible thing to have happen.
Yeah, I mean, SN10, I mean, you could see the pieces flying, though, for a while. This just seemed more like a combustion event than pieces going everywhere. Okay, yeah.
That visual is just haunting. Good Lord.
To think of all the aerial views that Jack and the team has gotten up there of Massey's and what it looks like now is going to be quite something to see.
Yeah, I mean, we like to fly and we like to keep track of what's going on in Starbase. Usually the things we like to keep track of is the progress, right? I have a feeling we should fly probably pretty soon to see what the state of Massey's is, because that's an important thing. We need to know what the damage from this is going to be like so we can inform our estimates in terms of how long is it going to take to get Massey's back up and running, and therefore how long is it going to take to get the next set of flight hardware static fired safely.
Question, were there any parts related to the tower or the pad or anything for pad B still at Massey's? So I know they had worked on part of the deluge and all of the cooling there. Was that still there, or is that mostly gone?
Not that I'm aware of.
So no real impact then to pad B's construction in terms of pieces that were still there or being worked on. And again, at this point, not sure exactly what is still on fire at this point, but there is a lot of propellants there. There was the liquid oxygen, there was the methane, all of that there. So at this point, we have Alejandro joining us here. Alejandro Quinta-Romera, Alex, one of our Starship experts here at NSF. At least I like to think he's an expert on it. He has great spreadsheets and things like that. Alex, your reaction right now, thoughts, initial babblings, anything?
It got me out of bed. That's the kind of thing that this thing did. Because, boy, yeah, I was sort of just listening to our stream, sort of in the background, and then I see this big flash from my phone, and I'm like, what just happened? Like, how can this even possibly happen? Right? And I think a lot of people probably at SpaceX are feeling the same way, where it's like, wow, we need to figure this out, right? In some senses, if this was, say, for example, a vehicle failure, it might actually have saved them. An even worse thing, because imagine this happened with a fully fueled Super Heavy below
Yeah.
on the pad, right?
I was just thinking that, Alex. Like, imagine if this had been a full stack. That's no joke.
Yeah.
Not
Like-
that this was, but yeah, that would have been far worse. Although, just sort of, gamesmanship thinking this through, that would have been certainly very bad. But at least they have 2 pads. They only have 1 Massey's.
Yeah.
That is true. And that was quite the explosion. Again, I like you. At first, I saw the bright. I'm like, oh wow, they started static firing early, and then it kept going. I'm like, oh, this isn't static fire. Can't see the engines yet. And then we cut views, and you can just see something like this. Again, this is a drone view of it right now from the air. I guess the question also is, what are the options for putting this fire out? I know they have some form of deluge there, but I don't think it's meant for a fire this large, right? Alex, you want to take that one?
Well, I guess perhaps emergency services could approach once things a little bit safer. As you guys were mentioning, of course, there are, tank farm things, right? Like things that can be flammable. I imagine that for the most part, though, they will try to just let it go. Because that's essentially what we've seen in the past. It's very dangerous. It's a place where, you have highly flammable methane stored in some of those tanks. But other than that, there's like, that's one of the things that it's really complicated to access this without putting a lot of people in danger, right? And in the past, at least, they've sort of tried to manage that, trying to keep the fires at bay, not trying to let them spread, but try to contain them and just not going into the dangerous action here, which is that fire there near very, delicate parts of that tank farm, essentially.
Yeah, and that's one of the things with the first responders potentially going out there, and the concerns of getting that done is the fact that, like you said, there's still that, and all of the tank farms were up and running and active. It appeared as if they were still in the process of loading liquid oxygen at that point. So all the tanks farms still had propellants in it. They were still chilled down. They were still in that kind of liquefied state. So a lot more explosive, I guess. A lot more that could be fit into that area that could explode that will need to burn off as well. Again, we do have replays in the work, but right now the main focus is just keeping an eye on things at Massey's. There is always the potential in this case for additional secondary explosions, concerns like that.
Yeah, I am a little bit worried about the tank farm that exists there. I have to imagine that they've been trying to vent it as rapidly as possible, but I don't know, would that just create additional fires or what? But there are commodity tanks at Massey's in the vicinity of this fire that we could see cook off here at any moment. I mean, I'm still rolling on my camera. I'm like ready to sort of duck behind the car if need be, kind of thing.
And if we're not mistaken, those are still methane tanks that are standing right there, and Lord knows if they still have any considerable amount of methane still in them. Good Lord.
Yeah.
Such a shame. I mean, any forward progress on the Starship program, now the pacing item is getting Massey's back up and running and figuring out what the heck went wrong with this ship. I mean, it really looked like something in the nose cone, header tanks or otherwise. Obviously, speculation at this point. We'll wait to see what SpaceX says officially. But looking at like the slow-mo from D, looking at that, again, pure speculation here. Reminded me a lot of Amos 6.
Yeah,
It
it was
really did.
it was really reminiscent of Amos 6.
And it's worth reminding Max what was the final cause of Amos 6. It was related to its upper stage, its second stage, and this is technically an upper stage. But do you remember the reasoning behind that?
It was a fault or imperfection in the COPV, or composite overwrap pressure vessel, that popped and then caused the upper stage of Falcon 9 to combust and fall apart, followed by the rest of the rocket itself in a rather large inferno. Slick 40 was uninhabitable or unaccessible for about 24 hours after that. It maybe a little bit less. Actually, it may have been days. I can't quite remember. But
About
just
3 days.
judging, but judging based off of what we saw, there were 2 distinct explosions. We saw that in a playback just from I did a playback from our footage here, and then also in D slow-mo that was just posted. There were 2 distinct explosions, and the first of which began around the I can't speak.
The header tank?
Yes, at the very tip of the ship, and then there was a second one that looked to be around where the common dome was, between the methane tank and the oxygen tank, and it almost looked like a COPV burst. Or either that or the actual tank itself had some kind of fault and burst and led to just a chain reaction. We don't know. We'll have to watch further replays here to get a better idea.
Yeah, it's going to be posted on all the NSF socials right now. So if you're looking for immediate replays that you want to look at before we pull them up on the stream, check out the NSF socials. It's being posted right now on X. It'll be on Facebook, Instagram, all of those. If you check out the NSF socials for the immediate replays while we pull more of them here. But D slow motion, it really looks like the top kind of bursts, and then following the burst, that's when you get things igniting. Like you can see the sort of propellants first and then the big ignition source. But too early to know exactly what it was. But that is quite a view. I mean, Alex, I'm sure you've looked at the slow motion now as well. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, in that area, so you have the header tanks. You also have a lot of the COPVs as well for the, and for people that might not be aware, I'm probably sure that a lot of people suddenly jumped probably into these live streams. So COPVs are these composite overwrap pressure vessels, long cylinders that are essentially wrapped in carbon fiber, right? And so the majority of those are located in the nose cone area. I believe, in fact, if you can go, I think it was on flight, want to say 4 or 6, either one of those, there's like one shot from the payload bay, and you can see up into the nose cone. Of course, those were Block 1 vehicles, but still there's like a similar number of COPVs also in that area. There's a bunch of COPVs around the header tank section. The header tanks, 2 small tanks, sort of spherical tanks. The liquid oxygen tank for headers, it's right at the tip of the nose cone. Right below that is the methane tank. It also, looking back, especially at the slow-mo, again, it's on socials if you want to sort of look it up on your own. Right now, there's like developing situation live here, so that's why we're keeping these views. Looking back at these shots, there's an even like an extra thing that I noticed, which is it seems like the first rupture like that seems to happen on the heat shield side of things. You know, there's the leeward side, that's the heat shield side. On that side of the ship, that's where you have the downcomers or transfer tubes. I'm saying that because there's this whole thing about downcomers versus transfer tubes. There's the transfer tubes for both of the header tanks. So, you know, the way, you know, because they are right there at the tip of the ship, right? So how do you make that methane and oxygen go down to the engines? Is there's these transfer tubes that run the length of the ship. One of them goes down to the methane tank, and then the other one goes down to the liquid oxygen tank, and that's how they supply the propellant on the header tanks. And so it is right sort of on the heat shield side of the ship, and it's rather interesting that that's sort of the area where it begins. It's sort of like middle of the nose cone and on the heat shield side. I don't know. but that's what I've seen essentially.
Yeah. And by the way, you can see in the view here the stand where Ship 36 once was, surrounded by fire. It's amazing that you can still see the stand there holding up. Meanwhile, at Ship 36, for those joining, in lots of pieces following a RUD, a rapid unscheduled disassembly, as SpaceX calls it, after they were doing a static fire attempt for Ship 36. This was before they even started firing up any of the engines. This was not during the static fire. This was prior to it. And
You know, it just occurred to me too, Sawyer.
what?
The setback here isn't just the inability to test boosters and ships at Massey's, and isn't just losing Ship 36. It's also 18.1, the booster test tank.
Oh
That
no!
was on the can
That
crusher.
that test tank was a little bit important to informing the design changes and validating them for version 3 of the booster. That's yet another thing that was being done at Massey's that is now. Oh, this is so bad. What a bummer.
So for those who don't know, I don't know if Jack, you want to take it, or Max, you want to take it. What is the significance of 18.1, and what even is the can crusher that it was mounted on out at Massey's, just for those who might not know?
Well, 18.1 was the very first Booster V3 test article, and it was over on the can crusher stand, as we call it, and that is meant to simulate aerodynamic loads on the actual structure to see where it can or what loads it can withstand. And they test until failure, until it gets crushed, hence the can crusher nomenclature. So yeah, that was right there. Massey's is not a big site. It is not a large site. There is not a ton of real estate over there. So an anomaly of this size and scale would affect the entire site. Good Lord. Dude, I feel borderline sick about this. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, you're not kidding there. Again, you could see much of the site still on fire there. And this has been about 20, 25 minutes since it happened, and it's still going. I believe I hear sirens now, Jack.
Yeah. I think that's what Jack was pointing his camera at.
Yep.
Emergency response already on the way. Goodness gracious.
Yeah,
that
fire
is
department
very
inbound.
understandable.
Fire department's inbound.
There we go. All right. So at least they're getting vehicles out there. We'll see what they're able to do, how close they're able to set up. Again, the concern being you can still see fuel tanks there, and they were filled and active at that point. So, golly gee. I mean, I'm just trying to find the words for right now.
It looks like the blaze is starting to calm down just a little bit compared to what it was even just a few minutes ago, which is a good sign that there's not much left to burn over there, assuming the methane side of the farm has been vented, or whatever was over there has been unfortunately taken up in the explosion.
As it gets brighter.
As it gets brighter. Good Lord.
Do we see B18.1, the test article? Because Jack was mentioning it, and I mean, even apart from 18.1, it's also the thought of like there's a lot of other test equipment there, like even the as they call it, the can crusher stand, where it's a structural stand where the that test tank was located, and essentially being tested, doing all the structural testing. They were also trying to test the new header tanks for Booster 3.
I can see 18.1. It's on the left side of my frame, just to the right of the cell tower and underneath the crane. Hopefully it's been spared. I mean, it's way over on the other side of Massey's. But I can see it. It looks intact, but it's also very dark and I can barely see it.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there will be structural damage potentially from flying debris as well that we can't see from this view at night. Because again, there was quite a lot of ejection during that as well. It went quite far, and as we were discussing, Massey's is not super huge of a site. But it looks like, as Caesar was pointing out, and just as Max was saying it, that the fire is still continuing to grow as it nears different parts of it. There you could see the cell tower, you could see the crane. As pointed out, you can see 18.1 there between the crane and the flashing tower. So, there we go. And again, our team working on replays, also continuing to get the live views. Most importantly, though, doing our best to keep them safe.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this out loud. I've been texting everybody on the team that's out here. If that plume drifts over any of us, we are going to pack up and get the heck out of here.
Yes, that is number one right now here, is safety for the team as we bring these views. We have robots out there that can cover some of it. They are expendable, people are not. So that is most important right now. But yeah, look at those tanks there. It looks like they're starting to get engulfed as well, the ones in the front right. Do we know, Alex, what those tanks are?
I'm not familiar a lot with the outline of the tank farm at Massey's. I should have probably done all of that work a long time ago, but I'm really terrible at that. There's also, let's be fair. So we've been mentioning the methane tanks and whatnot. There's also the fact that the majority of the tanks there are also for nitrogen, which is non-flammable, so that's good. And then there's also liquid oxygen. So if it were to affect the methane side, sure, that can get damaged, but then there's also the nitrogen side and the oxygen side, which, it's not as damaging, I guess, is the word. Like within all of the chaos that is ensuing right now at Massey's, there's that silver lining, I guess, right now, that, yeah, at least not everything might be in danger right now.
Right. I think the main consensus that I'm seeing in chat right now is, quote unquote, this is very bad.
Yep.
I don't think there's much more that we can say. Again, it's any predictions onto the future of the program, when we might see another launch. I don't think they're thinking about that yet at SpaceX. I think right now the main thing is figuring out what happened here, and most importantly, getting the fires under control, and then taking kind of account of where they're at, what's still standing, what isn't, what infrastructure was or was not damaged. As Chris Bergen says, no sugarcoating this. I did have a question, though, for Jack. Was there a shockwave from this?
It all happened so fast. I will say the sound, like the concussion of the sound hitting, was significant. I couldn't tell you if there was like a visible shockwave or anything like that, but yeah, I mean, I would describe what we saw as a detonation followed by a conflagration, and there was definitely a concussion associated with that initial detonation. That was, I mean, I like explosions where nobody gets hurt. I like fireworks. I like special effects. That was horrible. I don't ever want to experience anything like that ever again.
Right. There's a big difference between cool explosions, like you'd see in movies, like you see with fireworks, and then RUDs. Especially there are certain RUDs, I don't know how to explain it, that just hurt more than others. Like SN10, at least it did the thing.
Right. Yeah, and Caesar in our back channel is saying, yeah, there was. I wouldn't be surprised if that's not. I would not be shocked if that's visible in some of our replays.
I'm sure it will be, especially I'll have to watch back again the slow motion. But we have views from multiple sides. We had the drone as well, so we'll see what we could see with that. But I mean, yeah, like I was saying, SN8, SN10, at least, they were able to get some test goals accomplished. The one for Booster 7 wasn't as terrible. Even the early days you kind of expect it, but by Ship 36, I don't know how else to explain it, Max. I mean, it just hurts more.
Yeah, this feels and looks eerily similar to what AMO 6 did. I think it was in 2015. Oh my god. Yeah, hopefully we can get some replays up on the screen now. I've been watching some of the back channel, D's in particular, which is remarkable.
Yeah, D's is exceptional.
It's.
I will say, my initial gut reaction was, wow, that's remarkably similar looking to Amos 6. Amos 6 was an immediate explosion, right? In this case, we saw, it looks like the nose cone or the header tanks or the transfer tubes somewhere in that region unzipped and then blew up, and then the rest of the ship unzipped and had a conflagration. It wasn't like an immediate pop with a boom, but it was like one then the other in rapid succession. I do think the pointing out the similarities there is worthwhile at this point, while also just noting once again, because I'm the one that brought that up, just pure speculation, and it's like, oh look, that looks kind of blue. It really isn't. It's very imprecise. Who knows what happened, if there is even anything similar related in any way. Oh, there looks like there's a whole bunch more emergency services coming my way. I'm going to work on getting my camera pointed at them.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, Amos 6 was September of 2016, and that was at Slick 40 out at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. So that one destroyed the transporter erector, and the pad literally was toasted at that point, and that put a delay on Falcon 9 flights out there. Obviously, though, they have rebounded from that, as Pad 40 is currently the busiest launch complex in the world right now, and just had a launch last night or / this morning. So I think it's safe to say, again, they will bounce back from this. This is not the end of the Starship program, but it's definitely a setback. As we can see, more emergency services will be making their way through. You can see some of the trucks there. See the flashing lights. This is from Jack's view right now. Alex, I know you're continuing to look through video as it comes in.
Yeah.
Anything else you're seeing?
Yeah, I'm still looking at the footage that we have had, even on our own stream. I'm seeing new things that I did not see before, obviously, because I was, on my phone and everything. So going back to the whole Amos 6 discussion, I wanted to point out one thing. It is true that there's COPVs on the nose cone area, but they are in a much different environment, I guess, compared to Amos 6. So on Amos 6, on Falcon 9, they have a lot of the COPVs on both tanks, on the kerosene tank, but also on the liquid oxygen tank. One of the problems that happened on Amos 6 is that, those COPVs are to be loaded with helium, right? When they were at low pressure, those COPVs, there's a metal liner in there's sort of like the actual bottle itself, and then there's a carbon fiber around it of that metal liner. And what happened is that there were buckles on that COPV, and that COPV design was later changed so that there were no buckles or anything like that. And they load a little bit of helium for the pressurization system of the Falcon 9 second stage. Then they load the liquid oxygen, and the liquid oxygen got trapped. It sort of seeped through the carbon fiber, and then it got trapped on some of those buckles. It formed into a solid, and when they pressurized the COPV to full pressure for the full pressurization, and that was like 8 minutes or so before the test was supposed to happen, that's when the explosion happened on Falcon 9. Now, on Starship, as we were mentioning, it is around the header tanks, but it is not submerged on liquid oxygen or liquid methane, which makes things a lot easier in that sense. Like, there's no interaction of the COPV stuff with the propellants themselves. Now, all that being said, before the explosion happens, I scroll back a little bit, and there's actually some sort of venting coming out from the forward flaps for whatever reason. Like, you can see it's very dim because it's also in the middle of the night, but you can see a change in sort of the area in front of the flaps where there's like some white vapors. And then a few seconds later, the explosion happens. I don't know what that was, but it's very suspicious.
Yeah.
It reminds me of, again, this is just me remembering, various anomalies in the program. Not saying it's the same. I'm not saying there's a similar root cause or anything. It just reminds me of when they had SN8 on the suborbital pads, and they had that static fire where it kicked up some debris, and severed the avionics cable, and they lost the ability to control the pressure in the header tanks. And there was that whole thing where Elon tweeted something like, "The ship might blow up. Hopefully, the burst disk saves the day," which it did. Maybe it was as simple as a testing error, and there's an overpressurization on one of the header tanks, and it went pop and caused a catastrophic chain of events. I'm completely guessing and speculating here, and really we're going to wait for word from SpaceX officially, but just thinking about the various times where we've almost seen something like this happen in the program but haven't, it makes you wonder what exactly we did just see.
Exactly. And again, it is worth emphasizing this happened prior to the actual static fire. It's not as if they fired up the engines and then the explosion happened. From what we could see from our views, there was no planned engine ignition. This was 1 to 2 explosions that we saw from the vehicle itself, with a major fire afterwards from following the explosion. And you can see that fire still continuing to burn. Ship 36 nowhere to be seen, other than the pieces that were seen flying from it earlier.
Jack.
All right, let's take a look at the slow motion. I believe this is a regular speed replay first from from one of our cameras there.
Yeah, that'll be my angle.
All right. Yeah, that's Jack's view.
I saw a little bit of a flash coming from the nose before the whole screen went white.
Yeah, a flash and some vapor from the nose, sort of where the part where it starts to taper. I'm so sorry. I should have had this set up to auto expose.
Dude,
Jack, you're good. You got it.
We had no idea it was going to do this.
Yeah,
it's fine.
There's no way to predict any of this.
Yeah, but my normal operating procedure for something like this would be to set it to auto exposure for that exact reason, because you don't know what's going to happen.
Don't worry about it. We'll talk about that at another point. Right now, let's see what we can see here. Yeah, like you pointed out, you could see things happening towards the top of the header tank and then just gone. Absolutely gone.
If there was any doubt...
It really looked like it originated sort of... not the tip of the nose cone and not the cylinder portion of the payload section, but ogive, I don't know how to say that word, but where the nose cone starts to bend. Paper.
There's 2 major explosions too.
Yeah.
One looked like the ship, the second looked like GSE.
I think this one might be from D.
But if I'm not mistaken, that was 2 kind of subsequent explosions there. The main one, which looked like the ship, and then it was hard to tell the second one whether that was something from the ground or whether that was still also from the ship.
It looks to me like the nose cone unzips, we see some vapor, then it explodes, then the rest of the ship unzips and explodes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm hearing loud venting from Massey's.
I just noticed it was not venting what I'm seeing on our replays. It is the forward flaps moving. They were testing the forward flaps.
Wait, what?
The ones towards the top of the vehicle.
Yeah, the
we've
ones
seen
in the
them
nose
do forward flap wiggles around their T0s, or like 5 or 10 minutes before a T0. We've seen them do that before, right, Alex?
Yeah. I mean, that's actually been sort of like the operating mode of this Block 2 ship, where, minutes before a launch, we also see that when it's in full stack configuration as well, we see them wiggling the flaps and everything to prepare for flight. But like, I was looking back and I'm like, hang on, that's not a vent. Like, the thing that I thought it was a vent, it was just the flap moving and showing a different side of it.
Wow.
Like, wow. Yeah.
Quite the explosion there. And Kevin Michael Reed is producing and pulling the replays for us, which, thank you, by the way, saying the second explosion appeared to be the methane there.
Yeah, I mean, if you think like if an overpressure event happened in the header tank or the transfer tube lines, you got to imagine that goes back into the methane tank and then pressurizes it, which is probably bad.
That's another really good view there from one of our robotic cameras as well. Let's take a look at that again here. Trying to see if we can see the flaps wiggling at this point too.
Yeah, you gotta look at the forward flaps. They start moving, and then when they stop, this happens.
See. So then they get back into place, and then yeah. It's faint movement. It's hard to tell, but
Man, what a shame.
yeah, for those just joining, that was Ship 36 on the test stand at Massey's just prior to a static fire, a little after 11 p.m. Central Time. A rapid unscheduled disassembly or a RUD. I mean, even from the views not of the explosion, you can kind of see just how it lights up the sky there.
Goodness gracious.
Is that from Highway?
Yeah, look at that.
If there was ever
Obviously-
any, if there was ever any doubt of any kind of worst case scenario explosion not being that large because of how little methane there is in the tank, here's your evidence that even just a bit of methane combined with all of that LOX below it is just an absolutely catastrophic combination if all goes wrong. And that mushroom cloud was enormous.
Yeah, I don't want to see one of those ever again.
Right, and as we pointed out, again, that was just the ship, and it wasn't fully loaded with methane, and liquid oxygen load was still underway.
Yeah.
This is the view from the hotel nearby from the Margaritaville from the roof.
I mean, it's like 7 or 8 miles away to give you a sense of scale. That's huge.
And that is absolutely massive. Yeah.
You can see on the live view there, the booster 18.1 test tank appears intact for whatever that's worth.
It's amazing. You could see pieces that were still in from the hotel view. You could see pieces in the explosion that were shot super high up.
Swear, there was a brief period there where I was looking like 45 degrees up into the sky at red debris and wondering which way it was going. Like, that wasn't... Do not recommend.
Take a look in this view right here. You'll be able to see it off to the side there from that mushroom cloud. There are pieces in there that are red hot all the way up. Right there, you can see a piece flying through that on the right.
That's exactly, yep.
That is pieces of Starship. Wow. And again, it's worth noting, they do have a part that is completely closed off to people. They close down the road. They evacuate all of the people so that there is minimal to no chance of injury there. Obviously, a major explosion here, but nobody is nearby when this happens. So we're hoping that everyone is okay. But it is worth noting that it's a couple of miles, Jack, right, away that is cleared completely from it.
I believe a mile or so.
Yeah.
I mean, for what it's worth, of all the emergency vehicles I've seen go by, I have not seen many like ambulances hauling butt back towards Brownsville. But yeah, hopefully everybody's safe. The area was clear. That's the whole point of clearing the area for hazardous activity such as this. So yeah, hopefully everybody's okay.
Right, and we did see ambulances go by, which is usual in a case like this. A, just in case there are people, and B, also for first responders. In the event that they're fighting a fire and something happens, they will have ambulances on standby. That does not mean that someone is hurt or injured. It's more of a precaution. But we did see from Jack's camera earlier them going by along with the fire trucks. Just a shocking sight to see.
It breaks your heart, man. If there was ever a vehicle to have had a rougher start to its program life, Starship V2 version 2 is up there. It's had nothing but just absolute heartbreak after heartbreak after heartbreak this year. And I feel for everyone who works on who's hands on with the vehicle, ship especially. Goodness gracious.
And I know this is something that we'll be reaching out for. Is in
Whoa.
regards. Wow.
That was
Look at that.
exposed really well. Can we go back to that at the very beginning and play it like quarter speed if possible?
This shows, that shows
Yeah.
the first explosion really well.
And you can also see the secondary explosion, which seems to
Yep.
occur when the bottom half of the ship sort of loses structural integrity.
There, yeah.
And yeah, look at that. The first
And
one.
that is from Jerry's drone view, by the way.
Yeah, look at that.
Dude.
See,
There's
the bottom half loses integrity, and then it drops, and
right there
boom,
when it hits the
there's
ground.
the other one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that is either one of the methane or one of the LOX tanks, or both, crashing into the ground there. It looked like a methane tank almost.
It did.
Ooh.
Yikes. I can't believe that just happened.
I don't think any of us can right now, for being totally honest. What I was going to say before that spectacular replay was, I'm sure we're going to be asking about this, but I wonder, would this trigger an FAA investigation, a local investigation, any kind of investigation? Alex, what do you think?
Well, usually pre-launch issues do not trigger those sort of mishap investigations. But it is no doubt a setback for the program, right? Like, it just doesn't matter at that point whether there's going to be a mandated mishap investigation by the FAA. SpaceX is obviously going to be investigating this, and there's going to be a lot of repercussions out of this. We don't know what sort of damage Massey's got, but it's obviously non-zero. And as Jack was pointing out before, like, how is that going to affect not just future vehicle testing, but also, that B18.1 test article testing the aft section and header tank of the Block 3 boosters, which is essentially the next generation, right? I've seen, obviously, I'm reading chat, and there's people obviously concerned about, well, this is another version 2 ship that bites the dust, essentially. It's like, and it's not even before the flight, right? First of all, we yet don't know what sort of issue caused this, whether it was related with the V2 changes or not. I'm just going to say, changing to version 3 might not even have solved any of this if it was a common thing across the two designs, right? Like, that's one of the things that usually happens on a rocket program, where some issues that could have happened well before end up happening a lot of flights down the line. The issue, for example, on AIM-06 that we were just mentioning with Falcon 9 could have happened well before that, like 8 launches before that, and it could have easily have occurred a lot earlier. Another of the Falcon 9 issues as well, CRS-7, a strut broke off, and it was also sort of like this as well, but in flight. So sometimes things don't necessarily need to be related with the fact that this is a version 2 ship. And I want to be very clear with that, because we've seen issues in recent flights where it was not at all related to that. And right now, again, as we were mentioning, it's more about the here and now, getting this situation controlled, and then we'll see what SpaceX does. Obviously, Flight 10 is definitely not happening on June 29th anymore.
I think that's very safe to say. You can see there on the view on the left also the pieces that were still flying out afterwards. How high they went up, coming back down, glowing red hot. I know Jack was talking about that earlier as well. I mean, there is no sugar. As Chris Bergen, who's with us at NSF here, one of the people that founded it, said, I mean, there is no sugarcoating this. There is no real positive spin, I think, that we could put on this. It's not like during a flight where we can say, oh, at least they learned something from it. They got into flight. They got up to a certain point. This was
Look at that.
Look at the way it lights up the horizon.
Wow.
When we talk about launches turning night into day, this is not what we mean.
You know what? this also begs the question: does this completely compromise the V2 ship design at this point, and they move straight on to V3, or
But how?
I'm right. I'm genuinely
Because even the
curious.
testing
Right.
site for V3 is now also damaged at like I said, right? Like at least not like no damage at all. That's impossible. Like after this, there's some kind of damage, and whatever it takes to recover from that. Like how do you even move on to version 3 with this? Right? It's like
Right.
Well, yeah, I mean, the testing that needs to be done at Massey's, which is where this occurred.
yeah.
Just worth noting, the drone view is gone at the moment as the smoke was going towards our drone operator, so he's currently relocating. So that's also the reason for the view currently, just pointing that out. Right now, safety of everyone that we have down at Starbase is number one most important here.
Yeah. Again, it's one of the things that I sort of mentioned at the beginning when I came in here, where it was like the only thing that you could say after this is at least it didn't happen with a full stack. At least this was not on a pad with a fully fueled rocket.
This could have been so
That's
much worse.
the only thing. Exactly. Like it could have been a lot worse, and yet it's already really bad.
That is true. Yes, it is. Yeah, the future of the program. There will still be a future. I think it's safe to say this is not the end of Starship, but the future is going to look quite different from tonight onward.
There will be no stopping the Starship machine at this point. I think SpaceX has made that very clear. But there will never not be any speed bumps or roadblocks along the way, and that much has also been made clear as just from the questionable progress of the V2 ship in particular in 2025.
Yeah, that is true. And we'll see if they fly again this year or not. But most important is, for the immediate term, getting this fire put out, picking up the pieces and seeing what they have and what the future will end up being, finding that cause, and then determining what is the step forward. Is it to continue with version 2? Is it to move on to version 3? Is it to reevaluate how they test the vehicles? And again, as we pointed out, the important thing is that this was a test. It's a good thing it happened during a test and not a flight. So,
yeah, if there ever was a time and place to have this kind of failure, it was at Massey's with as little prop in the tanks as it had. Heaven forbid they had a good test. They missed either the point of failure, or it was just missed, and they went on to the launch pad and got to ignition for launch and had this whole thing come apart. That's worst case scenario.
True. Again, continuing to see those replays on the left, a live view on the right of the Massey's test site, still on fire at this point. It continues to fluctuate how strong that fire has been going. We've seen parts where it kind of spikes up a bit, and then parts where it calms down a bit. We have seen from Jack that the fire department is on their way, if not already on the scene out there. We'll see how long it takes them to put it out there, firefighting procedures, all of that. I'm sure we'll see more trucks heading out that way too. And Ship 36 is no longer to be seen at this point. It is in pieces. The stand still somewhat visible through the flames there, but beyond that, there is not much left from what we saw just after 11 p.m. Central Time tonight. I mean, I'm not even sure where we go from here, Alex.
Yeah. I mean, in my mind right now is obviously, as I said, the here and now is getting the situation controlled. And once everything passes, I'm sure they're just going to be looking at, the damage on at Massey's, trying to repair all that. And then on the other side as well, trying to investigate what went wrong here with the ship, trying to mitigate that for the next ship. I'm mostly sure that they're just going to be moving on to Ship 37. In fact, Ship 37 was getting engines just a few days ago, if I'm not mistaken, and sort of they were already preparing it to do a rapid turnaround of the vehicles, and right after Flight 10, it seemed like they were going to be going out with 37 and do a static fire test campaign at Massey's. So right now, I would imagine that first two priorities: get the situation under control, and then figure out what's happened, fix whatever things have broken at Massey's, and then we'll see. My total guess is that again they'll probably try to go with Ship 37 and see if that one might fly Flight 10 instead. But right now, all cards are on the table. Like, even the potential that they just move on to Block 3. I still am not convinced of that side of things, though. Again, for the whole reason of how do they even test that? Because right now it's not amazing, to say the least.
That is true. From that view, we were able to see what looked like fire trucks in the area as well, continuing to go. Right now, our team continuing to follow this as safely as we can. It's worth noting, if anyone is out there that is watching this, that did see this, and you see the smoke heading your way, avoid it. Go inside, somewhere away from it. You do not want to be breathing this in, right, Jack? If he's able to safely
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, and I don't have any specific information. It's not like I have a MSDS, material safety data sheet on Starship or anything. I just, we always want to make sure everybody is as safe as possible. And I'm hearing from folks that nobody at SpaceX was hurt, so that's good news. But yeah, it just, if there was a house fire, I would say don't breathe any of the fumes from the house fire. And unfortunately, right now there's a test site fire, and the same logic goes. You don't want to be breathing in the fumes of things that are burning that aren't supposed to be burning. So if you are in Starbase at the moment, maybe leave. I mean, the only reason I'm still here is because the plume is sort of going perpendicular to me, and I don't smell anything. So as soon as that thing gets anywhere close to me, I'm out of here. No shot is worth breathing in stuff you're not supposed to breathe.
Agreed. That is most important. I don't know if we have slow motion at some point too. I know Kevin's pulling a lot of things right now and working hard in the background. Thank you, Kevin, by the way, who's producing all of this and bringing the replays and working on all of this. So, a huge shout out to Kevin. And I don't want to try and backseat produce here. So, just wanted to acknowledge that real quick to Kevin, helping to get all of this put together for us as quickly as we can. I see everyone's super chats. I'm super appreciative of them. Thank you, everybody. We will go through them later. Right now, though, continuing just to monitor the situation, as it is still very active. Things still are on fire. It is still near tanks that at some point did have propellant in them, if not still. So that is why I'm holding off on addressing those right now. They are appreciated. We will acknowledge them, I promise. And obviously some people making some good points in there, continuing to see what we are seeing now. Someone making an interesting comparison. I've seen this a couple points now, bringing up N1 vibes, which was the most powerful rocket at the time in the 60s. It was supposed to be the Soviets' answer to the Saturn V. It had 3 failed flights. Some of them actually made it into the air, though. Those explosions, especially the one that destroyed the pad there, for those who remember, was quite violent. Max, you know what I'm talking about, right?
I sure do. That was worst case scenario for most rocket launches is an immediate pad fallback with most of the propellant still on board and falling right back onto the directly supporting infrastructure for N1 in this case. Set the program back a number of years, like way more than the Soviet Union could ever afford to have happen. Thankfully, this is nowhere near that scale and nowhere near as catastrophic as that was. But still, this is not something I'm sure that anyone at SpaceX could have ever. This almost couldn't have even crossed anyone's mind as happening. We haven't seen anything of this sort happening in Starbase for a while. Just goodness gracious, man.
Yeah, especially happening, prior to the actual static fire itself, and just a day or 2 days after the single engine static fire at the same pad.
And so I believe this is the slow-mo as well.
Yes. DY's out in the field, are one of our slow-mo experts, so to speak, here, getting the view of this. The debris flying is unbelievable.
And you can clearly see COPVs in the debris that's flying. Really exceptional footage from D. Just fantastic work.
And in the footage that we saw from Jerry at first as well, I'm pretty sure it was a COPV you could see shooting off to the right hand side of your screen from the nose cone of ship. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I honestly at this point
still
I'm
at a
not
loss
quite sure
for
what to
words.
say. Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I just still can't believe that just happened. Like, what just happened?
Yeah,
It's
I mean, if we could,
so unfortunate.
if there's a chance to see that one again, I know Kevin's doing 60,000 things in the back. Oh, here's a good view from Jerry as well. That is a drone view of the event. What a way to test our brand new drone down there, huh?
And I was
Wow.
excited to shoot a ship rollback with mine tomorrow.
Yeah, this is quite a difference. But yeah, I mean, you can even see kind of like you were talking about the COPVs, the sort of spiraling from them. So here's the slow motion again. You see that kind of unzip, so to speak, and then the first explosion. Then you see that piece falling in the front left, and as soon as that hits the ground, we see the second explosion. And you'll be able to see the parts that kind of look like bottle rockets almost. You could see them sort of spiraling out. Those are typically the COPVs, the composite overwrap pressure vessels. I mean,
just really exceptional footage. Not good, but at least we have imagery of it that's this high quality from D. Just what a shame.
I'm sure we're not the only ones looking at this too, if I had to guess. I mean, right now all eyes are on the Starship program here and what's going to happen. Because I mean, I hate to bring it up, but I mean, Starship is a major role in the future of human spaceflight as well. There were no people on board. There were never supposed to be any people on board this. Eventually, they will have the HLS contract to land humans on the moon, so there will be a lunar lander version. There are plans, of course, obviously for national security payloads for other satellites, in addition to the Starlink payloads on board. Potential plans to launch even entire space stations on it. So, Starship has big plans, and it's worth keeping that in mind at this point as we see it, both in terms of, yeah, this is bad, but also, yeah, they will come back. You can see this is NOAA radar, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. You can see that is not a rain cloud shooting off there. That is what appears to be the smoke plume and the debris field from the explosion seen on satellite. That is on weather radar. Yeah, you can see it following that. Thank you, Kevin. You can see it following that line there. That is not rain. That is not any other clouds. That is the cloud plume produced from this explosion here. And again, as we look now, I believe this is back to live views, continuing to see the fire burn and just all of the tank farm, all of the structures there. I mean, Alex, here's another view with the satellite view of it. You can see that little blip there. right on the border of Texas and Mexico there, that kind of red blip, that's the explosion caught by satellite that almost looks like it's from one of the GOES satellites.
Hey, so
Potentially.
it looks like there's a drone over Massey's right now. Could probably is probably a SpaceX drone trying to analyze what's still burning and what the damage is. It's
Either
it's at
SpaceX or fire department potentially.
or that. Either way, there is a drone over the area inspecting, and you can see it in the top third of the frame.
Yes, and that is a GOES satellite. Thank you, Kevin. Sorry, I'm just seeing GOES imagery. I had a feeling that's what that was. Yeah, that red flash that was circled, that's the explosion. Both of those caught by satellite, and now, is that it towards the top right that I'm seeing there, Max? Where are you seeing the drone?
The flashing light in the almost in the top right corner of the screen. I think it may.
That's what I thought it was, yeah.
Yeah.
That sort of blinking there.
I think we were on a different frame before. I could be wrong.
Yeah. It's hard to tell, but it was...
I mean, it's also probably moving around, trying to inspect different areas of the tank farm, like the lock side and the methane side in particular, but also just to see what is left from Ship 36, and hopefully Booster 18.1 if that's still in reasonable enough condition. I mean, really hard to see in these conditions.
From what we've seen, the outline of it at least is still there. What condition it's in is another question. That's for sure.
Right.
I'm sure as we saw, there was plenty of debris. I'm sure there was shrapnel, other items, other fiery items that flew by. And Alex, Massey's is not that huge of a site, is it? I mean, it's decent for what it needs to get done, but it's really not as big as, say, the production site or the launch site itself. Or Max, if you want to take that since you've been there.
Yeah, Massey's overall, it does not sprawl a great deal of acreage, especially for a vehicle the size of just ships alone, let alone boosters over there, even though boosters don't static fire there. And for an explosion of this scale to happen at an area as relatively small as Massey's, it's not far out to believe that it would affect almost everything at the site. And thank the Lord that there wasn't any more methane on board ship. Otherwise, the explosion could have been just exponentially larger and more concussive and destructive. As we see another replay here from Jack's perspective.
Going frame by frame.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Can we freeze frame on that one frame where there was vapor coming out of the nose, Kevin? Is that possible?
It's 3 frames, essentially. It's one frame of everything looking fine, then the vapor, and then just explosion.
Yeah, clearly whatever happened, it happened fast.
See. Yeah, you can see just that single frame where it looks like everything's kind of spewing out the top there. This is not easy. Thank you, Kevin.
Yes, Kevin. Thank you. I know you are probably swamped back there, Kevin, doing everything, but thank you so much.
Ship 36 had such a good-looking heat shield.
I mean, it was still kind of spotty, as we were talking about earlier. It still needed some heat shield work, but...
That looks like it started either from the header or the transfer tubes, which we've been saying this whole time, but... Jeez.
We joke about not acknowledging the producers, but, I mean...
Kevin is a superhero tonight, judging or juggling everything that he has.
Yeah.
So, major shout out to Kevin.
Thank you, Kevin.
This is, yeah.
There. Oh my God.
Wow. Yeah, just one frame so fast.
It just looked like the nose ripped open.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really did look like it just unzipped.
And from the angle that it did, that could very well have been from the header through the transfer tube, Jack.
Yeah. I do wonder. I mean, it'll be a while until we hear more and hopefully get some information from SpaceX in terms of what happened tonight. Maybe Elon will do a tweet or what have you, but I gotta wonder if there was like an overpress or something accidentally. Like, what if this was as simple as just a testing setup error?
Yeah, not the ULA sniper.
Sort of like SN3, you think, Jack?
I mean, I don't know. At this point, I don't think. I just hope. It seems to me
Yeah.
that a testing flow error would be an easier solution than a catastrophic issue with the ship design. I mean, why would
Yeah.
we have not seen this on previous version 2 ship tests of this nature? And
Right.
but we did see it on this one. I mean, maybe they had some sort of parameter in the testing flow set up wrong, and they overpressed the header, and it unzipped and caused a catastrophic chain of events. Completely guessing, completely speculating. But in the realm of bad outcomes, that's a slightly less bad one because it just means there was a number in a spreadsheet or in some code that was wrong versus the design of the ship is inherently bad.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, for those who don't remember, Alex, SN3, trying to remember what that one was.
Yeah.
That was the crumple pop.
SN3. Yep. That was the one where they were doing a cryogenic testing. That's when they load liquid nitrogen on both tanks. They were sort of draining back the tanks, but they drained back the one on the bottom. They depressurized it as well, and they kept the top tank, the methane tank in that case, they kept it full and pressurized and whatnot. And what happened is that they essentially just the SN3 vehicle just crumpled on itself, and so eventually what we got to learn about that is that, from what Elon said, it was a test configuration error, and so that's what happened. Also, I don't know if you remember, Jack, from
There's the frame, by the way.
SN4.
Sorry to
Yeah,
interrupt.
that's the
Thank
frame.
you.
Got it.
Look at just the way that
Good job,
unzipped.
Kevin. Yeah.
I mean, undoubtedly, the crack isn't that big, and that's just propellant propagating down and flowing outwards. But oh my god!
And if you
Who
remember,
put the Starbase live watermark on my shot?
whoever pulled that, so you can blame that person. I don't know if you guys remember as well, like SM4, which was probably, apart from SN10, the only other big explosion that we've seen at Starbase. In that case, they were sort of testing the quick disconnect at the bottom of the ship. For example, it was another error during testing as well. Like, a lot of these big ruts, right, that we've seen have often been, rather than a design issue, have been sort of some sort of test issue. Rather than, like, even going back to Booster 7 with a crunchy transfer tube, for example, or even Ship 24 as well. It also had issues with some of the systems on the payload bay section as well. Like, it's not the first time, and it will probably not be the last, but every single time they test one of these vehicles, there's a risk, which is why every single time they clear the area. And which is why right now there's no reported injuries or any bad stuff happening, right, to people, which is the important thing. The hardware can be replaced, the people are not replaceable, and so that's really important.
Exactly. We've been doing the same thing with all of our crew, making sure they're safe out there as well as
Yep.
we continue to go through this. I know some people have moved locations as a way to just make sure that they're out of the way of any potential debris or smoke clouds at this point. So, I mean, I guess, I know I keep asking this, but it's what's the next step for SpaceX at this point? I mean, obviously investigation, but what is the path forward from an event like this? I'm not sure whoever wants to take that. Max, you want to try this one?
Sorry, sir. Can you go over that again?
No, I was just saying, I mean, what is the next step forward after something like this for SpaceX?
That is, I guess, the question of the moment. I mean, like Alex was saying earlier, even if they wanted to, I don't want to jump the gun, is the wrong way of putting it. But if they wanted to just completely stop evolution of the V2 ship and go right to V3, they still can't do that without Massey's being online, right? And it really depends on how far down the line they are with V3 ship production inside Star Factory and what they have left over in Mega Bay 2. and what they can learn from that. God, I don't know. I'm really not sure. In the road forward for SpaceX right now is incredibly unclear, and I'm sure that they will have a path forward within the next probably 48 hours. I would go as far to say that, and they will know what went wrong. They will have a great idea of why, and if it was if it was in direct correlation with the actual V2 design itself, or some sort of error in the testing process itself. We don't know. We will have to stick around, as we always say, and learn and see what happens. But either way, this does not bode well for how the life and evolution of the V2 version of ship has been going.
I mean, yeah. And again, like we talked about earlier, though, it's worth pointing out that yes, this is a version 2 ship. It is absolutely not. We're not saying that this is because it's necessarily a flaw with version 2. The ones that we saw earlier were problems with engine ignition during flight. We saw the issue with the leak during the last flight. Nothing is saying for certain that that's what's happening here with this particular one. Again, it is way too early to speculate or to say exactly what it was, or to say that this is or isn't a V2 specific issue. I think that's safe to say, Alex, right?
Yeah, and this is also another thing that we're sort of discussing in the back channels, where it's like there's no guarantees that just because you move on to block 3 with design changes and whatnot, like there's no guarantee that those design changes won't then cause more issues later down the line. Like it may have another, like for example, when they moved to block 2 and they had the specific transfer tubes for each of the RVACs, and then on flight 7 they had the harmonic issues, right, that seemed to have been caused by that design change. Just because you move on to a different design which is supposed to be better, it doesn't mean that it's actually going to be better, right? Just moving on to block 3 doesn't solve magically everything, and so there's more profound changes that need to happen.
Exactly. Yeah, this is not necessarily a program issue. This is not necessarily a personnel issue. This is not necessarily anything like that. This is something that will need to be looked at, something that they will need to figure out what the issue was, and then determine, is this an issue with V2? Is this just something that occurred with testing? Is this something that adjustments will or won't need to be made for version 3? Obviously, they'll have to make some changes based off of the findings. You were going to say something, Alex?
No, yeah, I totally agree with what you said, that, you know, there's no way right now to tell whether this was specific to the ship, to the version. There's no way of even telling, like, is this just because there was some issue with the build of this vehicle in particular, right? Or the hardware in this vehicle in particular. Like, it could be so many things at this point that it's just not even the first thing that passes my mind of, oh, let's just move to block 3. I really don't think that will be a solution.
Yeah, and again, we'll see what they end up deciding, and I think a lot of it is also just going to be based off of the findings. But right now, you can still see the Massey's test site still burning at this point. We have seen emergency services on the way there. We've seen some of them pass Jack. We've seen some of them on our other remote cameras that we have based around Starbase. The teams are out there, not sure what they're able to do or not do, given the fact that the tanks that you see around that are propellant and oxidizer tanks. We've seen there, I believe, water, nitrogen, liquid oxygen, and liquid methane tanks in that area. So it's unclear if there's still anything left in any of them. I'm sure if they could, SpaceX would be able to vent some of those out. And EJ, who is streams on Twitch and appears on the Flame Trench often here, pointing out a good point that you can still see street lights on. So it's not as if they lost. It's very possible they did not lose electricity at that point, which hopefully would allow them to, if needed, still be able to communicate things to vent the tanks and try and I guess, safe everything so that first responders can work on ending it, in addition to, making sure that first responders out there are safe if anything else continues to catch fire.
Yeah, I mean, I'm even seeing the flashing lights on the cell phone tower are still flashing, so it still has power.
Yeah, that was a good catch by EJ there as well. So thank you for that. And again, the fire continues to grow and grow and shrink as we've seen it throughout the night as different things burn. This is probably the most steady that it's been. It's not that it's decreasing. It's not really that it's increasing. It's kind of just been. It feels like steady at this point, for lack of a better way to describe it. Max, I don't know if that is accurate.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing as well. Just a matter of, I'm curious as to what is burning for so long. Whether it's a steady and continuous leak of sorts of something in that area, or if it's just a genuine fire. I don't know. I'm not quite sure. But the fact that the fire department has gotten somewhat close to it and they're waiting for it to die down is, I guess, hopefully evidence enough that the fire will not escalate further beyond this. At least that they don't predict it to be so, and that hopefully this can be extinguished and gotten on top of before the sun comes out. But we'll have to wait and see.
Exactly. And I mean, I'm sure they have firefighting equipment out there that's built into the pad for after a static fire, but I don't think it's typically to the extent that it would cover the entirety of Massey's. I would think it would be more
Isolated?
based around, the static fire stand there.
Probably. I mean, I'm sure that an anomaly of this scale was never. Well, I don't want to say it wasn't thought of, because, of course, that's always a risk whenever you run a testing of this sort, especially with ignition of the engines in the campaign. But certainly not ideal whenever it happens, and the fact that it hasn't gotten any worse, I dare I say in the last 15 to 20 minutes, maybe even longer, is hopefully a sign of things calming down.
Exactly. Yeah, and I mean, Zach and chat pointing out that they're not going to know what they're walking into until they walk into it at this point. We can see what we can from our cameras. We obviously have the replays that we've seen from Jack and Dee and Caesar and our robot army out there. But you're not really going to know until you finally get the fires to die out and the sunlight comes up and you see just how far the debris field goes, what went where, and what you're left with afterwards. So it's just, yeah. Let me just really quick. I know we've been getting amazing support through all of this. We really appreciate all of your kind words and everyone tuning in and watching. It's very much appreciated. I just need to make sure I thank Bloodwolf97 with a $50 super chat earlier. And then we had John M with a $100 super chat with kind words from both. So thank you very much for that. I just want to make sure I acknowledge that, because we're able to do what we can because of support, and that's why we have the people and resources that we have out right now. But I don't want to make this all about support or anything like that, because right now this is still a very fluctuating situation. Things are still continuing to evolve and change as we watch it right now. So I just wanted to make sure I thanked those people and all of the people for the support here. So thank you. It is acknowledged. It is appreciated very much. At this point now, we are coming up on about an hour and a half almost since the initial explosion. Is that the test stand still engulfed in flames there that I'm seeing from that other view there? Alex? Is that what we're looking at standing there on the left of the screen?
I don't know what is burning there.
That's not the static fire stand, no.
No?
The static fire stand is to the right of those tanks. There.
Oh, well, you can still see it there as well.
Yeah, there it is. That's the static fire stand, yeah.
Yeah, it is still...
Yeah, the thing we were just looking at burning is to the left of the tanks from this perspective.
Gotcha.
You can see...
to the right, actually, to the right, sorry.
You can see a crumpled tank there. I don't know if you see it.
Oh, yeah, the back right one.
Yep.
Yeah. That's gonna need replacement.
Is it just me?
That's for sure.
Does that feel somewhat similar to the tanks that we saw following Starship's first flight?
I mean, there wasn't a RUD, so
No, but in terms of the damage to the tanks and surrounding areas from shrapnel and things like that from the lack of a deluge system. But yeah. I mean,
thoughts are with everyone on the Starship
Yeah.
program as a whole right now. This is we're beating a dead horse, and we sound like a broken record at this point. But this is awful, and we wish nothing more than a speedy recovery for all teams on ship in particular, and getting airborne as soon as possible. SpaceX needs this.
Speaking
a
of
lot
getting airborne, how about that payload bay door, huh? I'm
Oh
pretty
my
sure you can
God.
see it in the debris that's
Oh,
falling
come
down.
on.
Yeah, they finally got it open.
Oh my
God,
gosh.
Jack. God bless it.
Too
it
soon,
too
Jack.
soon?
Too soon.
Yeah, I didn't know if I should make that joke or not. But yeah. So, because again, that's one of the things I felt really bad. We talked about this in one of the flame trenches that we did. I mean, the fact that the poor teams that worked on, the payload bay door deploy, the teams that were going to work on the in orbit relight, and the teams that were working on the TPS, the thermal protection system, the tiles. They have just had bad luck in getting to that point in testing. So they've had 3 flights previously where they've launched but haven't been able to do a full, complete test of any of those systems. And now this is the 4th ship in which they've not been able to complete that testing as well. As bad as I feel for all of the teams, there's a little extra heart that goes out to them that have worked all this time on 4 different vehicles and have not been able to test it properly in orbit, or in space, I should say, at least once. So, yeah. And again, for those just joining, as NASA spaceflight official Chris Bergen pointed out in chat, yes, we did see a rapid unscheduled disassembly, the RUD, the explosion of Ship 36 at the Massey's test stand in Starbase, Texas. It was not during the actual static fire itself. It was just prior to the static fire test. It was about a minute after 11 p.m. Central Time. At that point, they had been fueling for about 35 minutes at that point. So, given their usual timelines, they were probably about 10 to 15 minutes away from what would be the normal static fire time, assuming all had been going to plan up to that point. I think that's safe to say timeline-wise, right, Alex?
Yeah, the liquid oxygen tank. So for this kind of testing that we expected today, the liquid oxygen tank is loaded entirely. The methane tank is just loaded a little bit. It seemed as if they were very close to finishing that methane load, because it had just gotten the frost on that. Like scrolling back, you can see the frost appearing like a few minutes before that happening. So it was still being loaded at the time. And we also talked about these wiggles of the forward flaps, and that is something that usually happens within 10 minutes of a test. Also, even during a full stack launch as well, like that we see it while it is on top of the booster. So it was at least within 10 minutes of the static fire.
Yeah. And you can see there live view with some of the emergency vehicles on the side of the road there. Jack, is that from your view there? Or is that Caesar's view? That's Caesar's view there. Okay. You can see some of the cars still going by. Some of the, obviously, the emergency vehicles still out there. And of course, the wind's also something super important now as the smoke continues to billow and burn and work its way throughout the rest of Starbase at this point, through the city of Starbase. Wow. This is quite a sight. So, I mean, at that point in the count, Alex, where would they typically be? I know we talked about 10 minutes before, but about how full typically are the tanks? Where are they at in the loading process at that point? Because the LOX side seemed very full.
Yeah, as I was mentioning, we were expecting a six engine static fire test of essentially all engines on ship 36. And when they do that, they weigh down the ship by fully loading the liquid oxygen, but they only load essentially just whatever is needed of methane, which is only just a little bit, like maybe say 15% maybe of the tank, like a couple of rings maximum. That's what we usually see. And that's essentially where they were right at the end of that propellant load sequence when this happened, where again they usually load first the liquid oxygen because it's the entirety of the tank, so it's usually better to just start first with the liquid oxygen, right? And then they do the liquid methane side of things, and that was sort of the last few things that they were doing. They were topping off the liquid oxygen tank, and it seemed like they were already well underway with the liquid methane when this happened.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it's a pretty full vehicle, and yeah, again, of course, the concern of getting into that methane load, having that large of an explosion there, and now, of course, continuing to see the debris that flew, the as we mentioned, the winds changing as we watch. We were able to see the plume from this appear on weather radar from NOAA. So,
Yeah,
still
and in fact,
yeah,
the views that we showed before, it's ironic. It's actually from the same Ghost satellite that was launched on Falcon Heavy last year, which is quite interesting. But yeah, one of the important things to mention is that because of the explosion, there were a lot of debris kicked up into the air, and it is not safe to be underneath those clouds. So that's one of the things that our team in the field is taking care of, that they are not anywhere close of any of that, because it can be a hazard if you are in the area. Same thing, care for yourself first and foremost.
exactly, yes. And if you're in that Starbase area, you probably don't want to be breathing this in. Again, not knowing for certain exactly what was in it, things like that. Of course, you have all of the metals. You have the, I believe they're silica-based tiles. So
Hmm.
things to just keep an eye out for, things that combust. So just for a safety hazard, it can't hurt just to keep windows and doors and those things closed if you're still in that Starbase area, Boca Chica, that part of the RGV area. Well, this has been quite a night. And
It's
shout
been
out as
quite a
well.
week,
Yeah,
to be fair.
I mean, yeah, that is true. With Axiom 4 delaying, with Atlas delaying, with the single engine static fire, and now the the booster or the ship rud, excuse me. Jack, what's it looking like now, and the feelings as you kind of had a little more time to digest it, being there?
Hang on, SpaceX tweet.
Yeah,
Yes.
seems like we have a statement.
All right. The statement coming from SpaceX, we will get that up on the screen, and I will read that for everybody here as well. Stand by just a moment. We'll get that prepped and read that out. All right. I'll start reading it. We will get that put up on the screen for you as well, so you can read along too. It may just take a moment while our amazing production team works on that.
Carson, I'm sending it through.
SpaceX saying, on Wednesday, June 18th at approximately 11 p.m. Central Time, the Starship preparing for the 10th flight test experienced a major anomaly while on a test stand at Starbase. A safety clear area around the site was maintained throughout the operation, and all personnel are safe and accounted for. I'm just going to point out again, all personnel are safe and accounted for. It goes on to say, our Starbase team is actively working to safe the test site and the immediate surrounding area in conjunction with local officials. There are no hazards to residents in surrounding communities, and we ask that individuals do not attempt to approach the area while saving operations continue. There it is on your screen. Again, shout out Kevin Carson, the producing team back there, and Jay making that happen. But yes, so obviously a major anomaly, as they pointed out. The safety area was maintained, and all personnel are safe and accounted for. So that is, I think, the most important thing on that statement that we want to hear. Because as we've talked about, you can replace hardware, you can't replace people. Yeah. Thank you to the team for getting that up. And yeah, that is the official response now from SpaceX on this.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not surprised that they sent out that statement because it's sort of standard operating procedure, I guess, for SpaceX, unfortunately. In previous issues, they've sort of sent the same sort of statement when Amo 6 happened and things like that. I believe even for SN4 when that happened as well. Yeah, it was actually more of a question of when will that come out rather than if it will come out. Now the question is, will we get to know? Sort of like as they start investigating, will we get to see any sort of information, or we'll have to figure out what they are doing based on the actions that we see at Starbase? That's my next big question mark.
I mean, if I had to put money on it, I think the first information that we would see in regards to what may or may not have happened will come from Elon. He tends to post on X a little more openly about these things, although I'm sure we will also get an interim and a final report from SpaceX, as they have with all past anomalies and investigations on their website too, once they complete it. But at this point, again, considering this only happened under 2 hours ago, I don't expect much more than that anytime soon. I think it's safe to say at that point. Again, appreciate everyone that's been here. I shout out as well to Bloodwolf97 with the $100 super chat as well. With a good point. I will say now, in times of hopelessness and tragedy is when true hope arises. Thinking that we will make it onward to Mars and be okay to move forward. This is bad, really bad, but I hope every human is safe and infrastructure is as good as possible. I think
Amen to that.
Yeah, I think that was very well put. Thank you, Bloodwolf, not just for the support, but for those words. I think that's very helpful. Are we seeing more drones come up? Is that what I'm hearing?
People in the back channel say they are seeing some, but I can't really tell from this feed.
Yeah, it's also slightly hard to tell from our preview back here, but yes.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, at this point, again, first responders will do what they need to do, and then SpaceX will do what they need to do.
Setbacks and tragedies often serve as springboards for change, for the better. And I really hope that is the case here tonight.
I hope so too, but it's kind of starting to feel like we're in one of those trampoline, like, gymnasium things where it's just like trampoline to sawhorse to trampoline to foam pad to trampoline. It's like, can we just climb the rope, please?
Yeah. No, I agree. Every time you think you're about to make the jump, they pull the target further away. That's what it feels like. And I already see people asking, will we be flying soon? I'm sure that's a discussion NSF we're already having. I'm sure, Jack, you would not be opposed to doing that.
Yeah, rest assured, we will be doing our best to cover the aftermath of this. I'd much rather be covering a launch, but, we keep tabs on everything that's going on in Starbase, and we will continue to do so with this as well, unfortunately.
Yeah. We also have Jerry out there with a drone as well, so we'll be able to see as much as we can from that. We'll try our best with the aerial views. We have Caesar, we have Jack, we have D, we have Jerry, and of course our robot army out there currently. So our entire team will be on this nonstop as we continue to cover it, and we'll continue to stay on it all the way through until Massey's, I'm sure, gets rebuilt and testing resumes there. So, also, it seems like the fire is continuing to calm down. It's still steady, but it almost seems slightly less than we've been seeing over the last couple hours here. Alex, you kind of getting the same vibe?
Yeah, it just seems like it's just burning off. What's? Yeah. Jack, not Jack, Jake, I think it is. Pointed out a comment from Ryan Hansen in our chat, precisely talking about, the fire seems to be on the vaporizers. Those are the ones that they use sort of to cool down.
There's that drone.
Yeah,
Right in the
there you
middle.
Oh,
go.
now we actually see it, yeah.
It is right there. Yep. Flashing red and green. And so it seems like there might be some of the methane that was in those vaporizers sort of like burning off right now, and that's what we're seeing there. Which probably, it might be counterintuitive, but I think we'd prefer that than the actual methane tanks themselves, because that could be even worse. And the whole reasoning behind that is that at least here, you've got a route for that methane to escape and burn off, than say they are underground tanks stored there. That methane is stored, and then the fire sort of catches up and burns off the ground tanks, for example. That would be a lot worse, and it will. I mean, in that case, it will probably even cause an explosion. In that case, so just letting it burn off instead might actually be another silver lining of this, that it might not even be that damaging, essentially.
True. We can hope that's the silver lining.
Yeah.
But right now, again, I'm guessing that will be SpaceX's drone up there, getting a view of what they can at this point from above of the Massey's test site out there, which is still a couple miles away from the launch pad in that area. So this is not something that will affect the main launch pad or pad B/2, the construction going on that. I don't think this will have much impact to that, especially based off its location. We did see views earlier from the replays where you could see the sky light up from the launch site, but not any particular visible damage to it. Again, a lot of this will all change as we get to daylight and see, but they're far enough away from each other that that's less of a concern for that portion. But of course, as we've been talking about, the fact that they removed the suborbital pads to add the actual pad B there. So right now, the only testing that they do for ship is at Massey's. So you kind of put the entire Starship ship side of things, at least, on pause, not just because of the investigation, but even if you wanted to try to make changes to Ship 37, let's say, and then test those, that's going to have to be on hold for quite a bit, I would assume, right, Alex?
Yeah. Right now, as I was mentioning, they've already done the cryogenic proof testing of 37. They were actually installing engines on that ship, sort of probably expecting to have Flight 10, end of next week, beginning of the following one, and then rapidly turn around things and then have the static fire of 37 sort of like middle of July or something like that. And so I don't know what's gonna happen next, to be fair. I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of investigation into what happened today, and sort of going through fault tree analysis and root causes and all that stuff that they normally have to do with when things happen. But we'll definitely keep an eye on everything, of course, as always. we're just gonna keep covering everything and see where things go from here. That's the best that we can do.
The other question I saw, hi Jake, was that do we know where the SPMTs were through all of this? Where are those kept typically during testing?
The SPMTs?
Yeah, or at least the booster transfer stand and all the things that were used to roll it out there, which we saw the other day. Where are those
Well,
kept?
all of that is it's mainly at the Sanchez site, so it's like well away from any of this. It's on some of those shots that we saw of the production site and everything. A lot of that hardware is pretty much out of the Massey test site. There is, of course, the stand where Ship 36 was sitting on, which, because it is a huge stand, it is really strong steel. It seems to have survived. No surprises there. To be fair, it's a very tough stand. But we'll see what's the sort of damage that it has, because it's obviously not just the steel itself. There we can see that stand there beyond those flames. But yeah, it's still there. That's one of the things that we can see. Yeah, for any other sort of vehicle testing right now, we'll have to see as well what's the scope of the damage at Massey's. Thankfully, at least in the terms of boosters, for example, they will not need Massey's anymore because they already have tested all of the boosters that they can test here at Massey's. But for the ships, as we were mentioning, like that static fire stand was going to be used next after this by 37, and well, there's going to be a lot of work to get this back on track.
That is very true. There's definitely going to be work to get this back on track. Again, also not knowing the full extent of the damage at this point, too. Obviously, there is damage. We know that. But how bad is the stand? How bad is the tank farm? How bad is the flame trench? All of that, I think, will have to be looked at, and I'm sure there's going to be work that needs to be done. I almost feel like we jinxed it earlier discussing the fact that they were going for the quickest turnaround time between flights leading up to this one, with the potential of beating the record if they launched by the end of the month. So
yeah, we were really excited about it too, and we seem to have full confidence that with every V2 ship that progressed, that they were just going to get better, especially with it's been a massive, it's been a ride, up and down, back and forth, left and right, every single direction that you could possibly think of. And we all thought that it was going to be like maybe that ship 36 was going to be the one, and obviously that wasn't the case. But as unfortunate as it is, that's part of the game. And SpaceX time and time again has proved that they do not let these events define them, whether it be AMOS 6, whether it be CRS 7, whether it be SN8, SN9, SN10, SN11, any of, flight 7, 8, and 9 as well. Like this is part of the game, and SpaceX knows how to play it better than almost anybody else out there.
Yeah, it is true. I mean, they've handled these setbacks in the past. We saw what the pad looked like after Starship Flight 1, and we thought there's going to be quite a bit of time to fill in an entire crater that was formed following the launch, the damage to the OLM, the damage to the tower, basically all of Stage 0 needed crazy work after it, and yet we had Flight 2 lift off just a short time after, and by now they've gotten good at checking out the OLM, the tower, and just getting everything ready to go pretty quickly. Obviously, it's going to depend on what happened here, but they're usually pretty good about analyzing the damage and then changing it and reinforcing it as needed. So, I mean, they'll bounce back. I'm sure.
I think just despite that, and I don't think you're wrong, I think undeniably this is probably the low point for the Starship program thus far. Like out of any moment in the Starship program, I would personally qualify this as the current low point, the low water mark. Like, it's not good. It's not the end of the world, certainly. Starship program's not ending. Like, SpaceX will pick up the pieces and continue on, and they're very good at that, to your point, Sawyer. But it's hard to think about the events of tonight and not think that this is... I mean, this is... Thank God there was no humans hurt, but, like, this is
This sucks.
This is the moment... This is the low point. You know, I'm not gonna make analogies to other events in spaceflight. I'm not gonna, I'm not trying to be Chicken Little running around with my head cut off like the sky's falling, but undeniably a low point of the program. Not good. And we all eagerly hope that they're able to bounce back fast, and I know that we all feel tremendously for everybody at SpaceX right now, and everybody that wants to see us get boots on the moon and get boots headed towards Mars. Like, this sucks. But there's no sense in crying over spilled milk, I suppose.
Right. And I mean, like I was saying earlier, the one big negative to this, like we were talking about with it being, a pretty bad spot, is the fact that they really didn't learn any, major events from this. Obviously, they're going to learn and it will impact their design, but it's not like it was during a flight where they went, oh, we learned, we made progress, we tested other things. Or something like even the SN days when they were doing the flips. You still got so much data from the flight. You got actual things from the test done. This was just, they were doing a regular old standard static fire. If it was during the static fire, that's even a totally different story from this. So, it really is one of the worst case scenarios where not only do you have a failure, but you don't get to learn as much as you do from all the others. Because I know people have been critical in the past, and people have been critical of us in the past, going, oh, well, yeah, it blew up, but they're learning from it. It's not a bad thing. It's, things like that. But at least, again, there was progress going forward. Changes were made to future ships. It helped advance flights. Was it bad? Absolutely. But you got data. In this case, you don't get data.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're trying to sugarcoat things, Slayer, and I understand people that have that sort of criticism. I think at the end of the day, part of our role, and this is just me talking here, but at the end of the day, part of our role, and something I see from our viewers over and over and over again, is that we are a place for people to come and be excited about the future of spaceflight, because we're all excited about this future of spaceflight. And so, while we are acknowledging the catastrophically bad events that happened today, we're also trying to maintain that atmosphere of, cautious optimism and a desire to see humanity advance into the solar system at a rapid pace. So I think that's where that comes from, right? Like, we're not blind, and we're not sycophants, and we're not bootlickers, and we're not fanboys, or whatever nomenclature you want to ascribe. Like, we all take the events of tonight extraordinarily seriously, but we're also trying to look at it with a level head and look at the pieces of broken ceramic and think, how is this going to get glued back together? Because that's, I mean, if you're not laughing, you're crying, right? Like, what else can we do at this point?
Yeah, I don't... Look, there's been many setbacks in SpaceX history. Unfortunately, I've lived through a bunch of those. I've been following the company for 10, 15 years. And there's been worse times, in the sense that, yes, this scale of this rod, of this explosion, was potentially even worse than MO6, to be fair, in terms of, the output and all that stuff. And also, how big of a program Starship is compared to what Falcon 9 was in 2016. Like, it was not that big. But still, SpaceX is not done, right? Whereas MO6, when that happened, I remember, CRS-7 had happened the year prior, They were trying to get the booster landings. They had a few in the bag, right? They were starting to talk about reusing boosters. And then that pad explosion with MO6, I remember feeling like, are they even going to have any money to go back to the pad again after this? We are not in that situation. At least I don't feel like we are anywhere in that situation. I remember, again, at the time, people were wondering if they could even have enough resources to put back things together again and be back on the pad. And we're talking about Falcon 9, not even Falcon 1. Falcon 1 was even worse, right?
I was just going to bring that up. Yeah, Falcon 1
Yeah.
Flight 3 in particular.
Yeah, and so it's like, from that standpoint, like we've been talking here about what could be the next steps. When AMO6 happened, my first instinct was like, are they even going to have any rocket to put back on the pad after this? Are they going to have money in the bank? Because after 2 failures within a year, at the time, it was like, they're not earning any money at this company, right? They're not launching, and they're losing rockets, and they're exploding. Well, you know, all of those thoughts at the time were crossing my mind, and probably a lot of people, because, you know, they, like Wayne Shotwell, I remember she was asked about that, and specifically about, you know, having money to be able to run operations through 2017 after that failure. And so, but we are not in that situation right now. Like we're talking about next steps. If this was 2016 again, I don't think we were talking about that. We were talking about probably different things, right? And I think that's a testament to where SpaceX is right now, where Falcon 9 is a well-oiled machine right now. Starlink is giving them a lot of the revenue now, and they still have a lot of contracts with Falcon 9 as well. They have probably like more than 50 customer missions just this year on Falcon 9 alone, and all of that money eventually goes here to Starship. It sucks. Let's be clear, right? The only thing in our minds with Starship is, oh my gosh, Artemis, like HLS, right? Putting boots on the moon. Oh my gosh, putting people on Mars eventually at some point. Obviously, Mars 2026 is out the door right now. I'm 100% confident on that, and I'm really sorry and really terribly sorry for the people at SpaceX, because I know they were, you know, anxiously targeting that goal, and that's no longer, in my view at least, anywhere possible. But then also the recovery of all of this, all of that work, and yet none of that. It's nowhere near how bad things were at the time when that happened, and I think that's sort of the positive side of things, I guess, from what Jack said, that we want to put across this sort of sentiment that this sucks, but it's happened, and they're going to be moving on, and they are in much better position right now than they were ever at any point in their history.
Really well said there, Alex. Thank you for saying that. I mean, yeah, it's true. They've had their setbacks before, but they have a lot of positives still under their belt. A lot that they've been able to still do with the Starship program. I know people are going to go, wait a minute, well, the Starship program has had issues, it hasn't made orbit yet, things like that. Has it? No. Part of that is by choice. They've had issues, of course, with the ship still. We understand that. But, I mean, this is SpaceX. If anyone's going to be able to do it, they're definitely up there. They have the workforce to do it. They have the people to do it. They have, you know, not to denigrate any other organization out there, but they have quite a workforce out there and quite a dedicated team of people. I feel like they would not let this program fail. Forget, you know, anybody in top or in charge. The workers that are working so hard on this program would not let this fail. They will do everything in their power to bounce back, to keep going, to get this built and built quick. So will it be the same cadence that we were kind of hoping for and expecting? Probably not. Is it a setback? Absolutely. But, I mean, we've seen it. This is SpaceX we're talking about. How quickly have they recovered from all of their past ones? And they've kind of shaken it off in a way. Not in a bad way, not, you know, not lowering the significance of what happened, the importance of what happened, but they've gone, all right, we got this. So, you know, trying to find the positives through the negatives. But like you said, I think it's safe to say Mars 2026 is out of the question. This, by the way, is from the Director of Starship Engineering at Starbase, Shana Diaz, adding on to the SpaceX statement that we saw earlier, saying difficult test night and unfortunate end to Ship 36. So that is, again, heard from the Director of Starship Engineering down in Texas there. One thing I do want to bring up, I see this coming up in chat a lot. Right now, this has nothing to do with politics. Everything that you saw tonight is not political. The explosion is not political. The setback is not political. This was engineers working hard to advance humanity's role in spaceflight, humanity's place in spaceflight, in the universe, in our solar system, all of that. Working hard and having, a large explosion and I guess a failure in a way here. But this is not political right now. Right now, this is all about finding out what happened, picking up the pieces, and continuing onward with the program. So we try and keep our chat here apolitical. We on air try and stay apolitical, and this is a situation that does not need to be political right now. Because this is all about the program continuing onward and the people that worked on this. Again, from the SpaceX statement earlier, the other super significant thing to point out is that all personnel are safe and accounted for. So no serious injuries, no serious problems there. Everyone is accounted for. That's the positive on this right now. I see people talking about tax dollars and other things like that. Not the place, not the time.
It's probably worth mentioning that, issues happen pretty much on every program at different scales. Of course, this is a huge explosion that we just saw there of Ship 36. But, anywhere from, we welded bad a tank and now SLS production is stepped back 2 years, for example. Or we dropped a dome or something. Like, there's just so many things always in engineering, from even producing a rocket to testing it to actually launching it, that have nothing to do at all with any politics or any, this rocket is funded by tax dollars, blah, blah, blah. Like, look, there's just contracts, right? And there's many vehicles out there that have also had issues and are on the contract by NASA, by the U.S. Department of Defense, and things like that. And it happens. Like, I don't know how many times in NSF's history we may have covered, dating back to just the news site with the shuttle, for example, how many times we've covered issues from, again, ranging from just some welds not being proper on a tank and suddenly delaying, again, SLS production got delayed by a tank that was not welded correctly, for example. And think about how many tax laws go to that, right? There's lots of different programs out there, from different small issues to really large issues. And we cover them all as best as we can, right? And it just so happened that today it happened to Ship 36 at Massey's. That's how it goes.
Exactly. I will say it wasn't Ship 26, though, so make of that as you will. Gotta try and find a little bit of humor through all of this, because obviously this is a bad situation, but, you gotta find some
ships with a 6 at the end are very cursed, because SN6 is the only one that actually had a proper flight. That was a hop. SN16 was built but never flew. Ship 26 was only used on ground testing, and now Ship 36 blows up. What are the chances?
I mean, not a betting man, but go buy a lottery ticket with a 6 on it. It's quite an observation. So we'll see. And there wasn't really a 16. That was scrapped, right?
Yeah, it was fully built. It was supposed to launch after SM-15, but since SM-15 flew well, so it was like they just scrapped it.
It just never got
obviously.
engines.
Yeah.
Go. Again, it's been about 2 hours now since this happened. You can still see the flames going on there at the Massey's test site out in Starbase, Texas. Someone's saying the only solution is to reactivate Starhopper now.
It's been there waiting the whole time.
I mean, true, it has survived through all of this. It's
It's seen everything.
Yeah.
There was one of the replays that we showed. It was from our Riverside, I think, showing the production site. But you could also see the rocket garden, and Ship 20s is still there. Just saying.
Yeah, no kidding.
Can you imagine if that ship were able to talk and be like, look at all the stuff that has happened.
I've seen it.
I've not flown yet. Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, as we've pointed out, Ship 37 is built. It was just receiving its engines recently. So it's not like there's a lack of ships, like they need to pull one out from the rocket garden, but I can just imagine them. I've seen some things, man, and some stuff.
Yeah.
I guess you could say ship happens.
Gosh.
Sorry, I had to try and lighten the mood somehow.
No, I get it. I'm trying to think what I respond to that with. I am actually trying to laugh. I'm laughing through it, so. Someone's saying we need to
what
make
else are we going to do now, right?
That's all we can do at this point. I mean, pun token awarded for that. I'll give that to you. It's one of those things. I used to work in TV news. I've gone through breaking news events like these live. That you're in the moment of trying to just report the facts, report what you see, gather information from people out in the field, from people who are who know what they're talking about more than you do. And that's what I've been trying to do for the last 2 hours. But at some point, you have to turn off the TV news producer that I used to be and just put on the NSF hat here. Yeah, it's bad. What happened? We can say that 1,000 times. But we're NSF here. I mean, we do this because we love what we do. We do this because we enjoy covering this. We enjoy sharing spaceflight with everybody. And if we weren't on the air, these are the things that we would be still saying to each other offline. So might as well share them with you as we try to, make sense of what's happened tonight and see where we go from here. That's all we can do right now. If you don't laugh, you're going to cry, right? So the people who are wondering, is it too soon to make the jokes and things like that? That's NSF here at this point. We're going to report the facts to you. We're going to bring you the serious side of things. We're going to give you our in-the-moment analysis. And then we're just going to take a moment to, just look at where we are with the situation and see where we're at and just kind of take it all in and go, well, that happened.
I mean, covering just the nature of spaceflight is not just about the ups and downs. I mean, literally or figuratively. I mean, or the ups, I should say. It's the apogees and the perigees. It's the highs and the lows. It's everything and everything else in between. And obviously tonight is certainly, as Jack was saying, it feels like a low point in the current, I guess, point in the Starship program. But that's part of the game. Like that is part of why we're here. We don't only cover the triumphs and the positive milestones. We cover everything. That is part of the game, and that is what we do. And that's all there is to it, and that's why we're here.
Exactly. I mean, we're still getting reports from our field team. We saw one earlier of teams out with lights, checking for debris along some of the roadways. We got one just from D now saying that police and fire trucks are stationed on Highway 4, currently slowing down all traffic going past Massey's. So, yeah, we're continuing to obviously keep track of everything that's going on still. You still see the fire, you still see the smoke. Classic for real, that's what it was. Drinking the hose water is what did it. Going way back to earlier in the stream when things were still sane. Popping the hydrant, drinking the hose water, that's what it was. So let's not drink the
What a
hydrant water now.
callback. Wow.
I think it's a good thing we didn't drink the hydrant water, because now they need it. Too soon?
Sawyer.
We've said all the serious things we can say at this point.
Yeah, but it's more funny if I go Sawyer.
It's true. I mean, after saying it for 2 hours at this point, there's only so much more that we can say on the serious note. We got to have the lightness to it. Yeah, the person who asked, so is Flight 10 going to be delayed? No, I think they can make the 29th at this point, right?
That feels like a grand tour show moment where they were about to go have a part of the show where they were going to interview a celebrity, and then the celebrity was taken out by a force of nature or whatever, and then James May would go, so I guess he's not coming on then.
True. Flight 10 coming soon. Oh, that's what it was. ODST Moody pointing out it was the Dr. Pepper that we talked about filling it with.
I guess so.
Yes, that's why DOS wasn't drinking his Dr. Pepper. Now we know why. Boom, we've solved your issues here, SpaceX. No, but seriously, we appreciate everyone joining us and riding through us with this. A reminder, there was nobody in the ship when we had the RUD. There was no reported injuries. All SpaceX personnel are safe and accounted for per SpaceX themselves. So I think it's okay to have a little lightness here, and not just because we're still hours away from sunrise. So that's what it was. Also, Spherical Cow, the Pez dispenser. It must have been the Pez that they left inside. Apparently, very flammable Pez. I'm trying to think of other words at this point. I mean, I'm still just at a loss for words through all of this. That's why I'm trying to find the humor in it right now, because certainly didn't expect this tonight.
No, if anything, this was the last thing any of us were expecting, even after the troubles we saw with Ship 35 at Massey's. Like, that doesn't even compare.
Yeah, seriously. I was just thinking, oh man, we're sitting here for 2 hours waiting for this thing to fuel. Gosh, it's never going to happen. It's like, well, at least they're fueling it now, so it'll fire shortly, and then we'll watch the replays, and I can, go to bed for a bit, because we were sitting there old-fashioned Texas tank watching. This is a little too reminiscent of the old days. We don't like this part of it. So, again, at this point, the only official words that we've heard were from the SpaceX account there, that they had the anomaly. A reminder for those who didn't hear it, the Starship preparing for the 10th flight test experienced a major anomaly while on a test stand at Starbase. A safety clear area around the site was maintained throughout the operation, and all personnel are safe and accounted for. The official statement went on to say the Starbase team is actively working to safe the test site and the immediate surrounding area in conjunction with local officials, adding there are no hazards to residents and surrounding communities, and we ask individuals to not attempt to approach the area while safing operations continue. That statement was about a half hour ago. So just reiterating for those who might just be joining or tuning in or missed that part earlier. I mean, Alex, we woke you up for this. All of a sudden, we saw it, and the pings came in. I believe you were saying you just got woken up by the brightness on the screen, huh?
No, it was like, it was in the middle of the night. I was sort of, trying to fall asleep. It's been really hot in here in Seville, and the nights have been insufferable. So it's been a wild ride trying to get to sleep. So I had a very let's say that I'm easily awakeable. I guess it's the expression, and so I had the stream in the background, and I had woken up and I saw that the ship was almost fully loaded. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna stick around, be awake for the static fire. Gotta see it. And then suddenly this bright orange flash comes out of the phone, and I'm like, what just happened? And then like I start to receive pings and DMs and whatnot. And Kevin is like, "Are you around?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure. I'll hop in." And I just got out of bed and hop in this stream precisely because it was like, wow, that's yeah.
That's yeah. I guess that's a
Yeah,
way to put it.
yeah, exactly. It's like that ain't good. That's what crossed my mind at the moment.
Yeah, we're not talking a bingo right in the center moment, but still something.
Yeah.
It's also trying to be in that moment of finding the right words and not saying words at the same time as well. Just let it play out and let what's happening speak for itself. And I mean, I think that's kind of the point. I can guarantee you for the next 72 hours or so, you're going to see plenty of people trying to analyze what happened, see what it was. I mean, I'm sure you're going to hear it from us. We have the Flame Trench coming up on Friday. I'm sure we'll be discussing it then. We have the our Raptor sides. I'm sure we're going to be discussing it then. I'm sure plenty of people will be putting out their explanations, their thoughts on what happened and everything. Going to be a lot of speculation in the next 72 hours. So that's why for these initial hours, I wanted to make sure that the focus was the facts, and then we can start speculating a bit about what we see, and then we'll be able to continue to discuss what's next for SpaceX. And again, especially once we get into daylight, once we're able to see what happened, what's still standing, what isn't, when they're able to finally put all of the fires out, I think that's when that's all really going to begin. So, Johan, with the pun token here, we have fires and they are static. Do we call it a static fire? I will give you props on that one, Johan. That was pretty good. I appreciate it. Someone pointing out, remember the little water sprayer on SN15? I said 15 or 14. Just the little water sprayers that they used to have to put these fires out. A little different now. Let's see. I have some duct tape. It'll buff out. You need to read back through all the super chats again from everyone. So, thank you. I mean, chat. At this point, we've said a lot. What say you? Besides everyone continuing to still want a ship happens patch, but
Speaking of patches, at least this will give us a little bit more time to repair some of the merch that we had in our thoughts. Yeah,
that's true.
We're actually already preparing. Like, let's be real. Like, already last week I started preparing a lot of the content for the live stream, trying to get things together and put a plan forward, because it seemed as if Ship 36 was going to be rolling out for static fire, and we were like, maybe a flight might be not that long after that, so let's get already all of our content together and see. And we're preparing some stuff for our launch stream for this flight. Unfortunately, as you can see, that's gonna have to wait, but hey, more time, right, to get things together and prepare content, and we'll see. Let's see what happens, essentially.
I'm already pitching my patch design here for Flight 10, rising through the ashes, rising through the fire, rebounding from Ship 36 here. Just saying. A lot of people talking about the patches and things like that. Yes, we did have the replays earlier. We are also working on a video with all of the views that we did have from this, and some comparisons and things like that. So that will be coming to the channel. If you're not subscribed, make sure you do. You'll get the notification when that does go out, so you'll be able to analyze all the views yourself as well, and take a look and give your thoughts and get a much closer look. So that will be coming, I promise. All the people are saying, well, when's the Starbase summary coming out? This is the reason why we did not release a Starbase summary today. We were waiting to see what happened with the static fire. It will be coming out still, just with the updated views from this. So, yeah. Obviously, that didn't happen. Just continuing to say, yes, Ship 37, Flight of the Phoenix. I know they don't name starships yet, but lots of new writing to do. Yeah, Alex, how's Twist gonna be?
Oh man, I had planned to write a story about the testing and how we were close to Flight 10 and everything. We had already looked through, what sort of stories to talk about. I guess I can spoiler. We're gonna talk about the Honda hopper and everything, right? All the stuff that have happened in the week. But obviously, Starship was the big hitter as well because it was like, hey, it's a big deal, right? It's not Starbase update, so on Twist we just talk sort of a summary of the stuff, the major stuff that has happened. If there's any major event like this, it was going to be a 6-engine static fire. They already had done a 1-engine static fire. It was supposed to be the last test of this ship before returning to the Mega Bay and getting the satellites and everything and getting ready for flight. So it was a big story, big news, right? I was preparing all of that, and now it's like, well, it's a whole different story now. It's a whole different setup now that it's like, what do I even say? Because I don't even have words right now, even though I'm talking a lot, to be fair. But yeah, it is not great.
Not great, Bob. I see people asking if the vaporizers are still on fire there. I mean, again, it's hard to tell what's still burning at this point, what is and isn't on fire from the views that we have. There was that structure on the left that has just been continuing to be engulfed from this view. There's some behind the hedges there. I mean, it's hard to tell. And again, you saw the tank farm surrounding it. There are tanks at Massey's for methane, for liquid oxygen, for gaseous nitrogen, or is it liquid nitrogen? I think it's gaseous nitrogen, right, Alex?
Yeah, there's nitrogen, there's both
water.
liquid and gaseous, there's water, there's oxygen, also liquid and gaseous. Yeah.
All that there. And again, not sure what they are not able to do out there in terms of safing. They do have emergency services out there. Obviously, we don't see them physically out there yet, given what's still burning and always the concerns, of course, of anything potentially happening afterwards. But yeah, I'm just trying to see what we can see from these views as well.
Yes, sir. Sort of structure to the left of those 2 white tanks. I think that's a burning vaporizer.
Yeah.
That's what that is, yeah.
You can see the sort of boxy shape of the vaporizer. The vaporizers, for those that may not know, it's essentially this sort of spaghetti of tubes. I guess that's the best way of explaining it. That sort of loops around, and that's the way that they can do some of these cooling and everything of some of the systems. And what we think is that there was some methane running through them because they were still loading methane on the ship at the time of the explosion. And so perhaps what is happening is that there's still methane flowing, and that's what is being burned here. My guess was that because of that, it might actually be safer, because it probably means that the ground tanks may not be affected, because instead the methane is burning off from here, right? Instead of the fire now going out to the storage tanks, and then the storage tanks blowing up. Like, that will be even worse, I will say. But needless to say, though, those vaporizers are gonna need replacement.
I definitely think that's safe to say. And from what we've seen, there's still the crane there. That's still there. There's still the can crusher and test tank 18.1. Those are still there. we don't know what, if any, damage has been done to those. That's something we probably won't see until daylight, but you could see them on the right side of your screen still there. The stand that it was on is still there as well. So there is still a lot of infrastructure there that we can see that is intact at this point. So, and yes, Hopper is okay. Hoppy, all of that is fine.
Yeah, this is not at the launch site. Hopper is all the way out there at the launch site. So all of that hardware is more than safe.
Exactly. Yeah, we were talking a bit about that earlier. We even had a there you go. The stand is there on the screen. You could see it between those tanks. Still standing. Yeah. In the words of Elton John. But yeah, we saw some views earlier where you could see just the sky light up from the explosion, looking at the launch site, looking at where Hopper was and all of that. So the flash was visible, but it wasn't close to it. So as of now, Pad A, Pad B, that area is totally fine. Let's see here, Chad. How are you holding up through all of this? I mean, yeah, this was definitely something unique. We don't like seeing this, but we know they'll continue onward. I fear they need to rebuild it completely. Again, there are still parts at Massey's, right? It's not completely gone. I mean, Max, there's still a bunch of articles there. Massey's is pretty small, but there's still a lot they do in that small area, right?
Yeah, and as you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, that's the B-18.1 test tank currently in the can crusher stand, which is what they use to simulate loads, to try and figure out what the absolute load limits are for certain hardware. And 18.1 is the first bit of booster version 3 hardware, and that is in pretty close proximity to where Ship 36 was just a couple of hours ago now. And so obviously it's still there in the stand. It doesn't look like it has taken a ton of damage, but for all we know, it could have just been peppered by a bunch of small stuff, and there could be a bunch of dents and tears in the main structure. But we can't tell from this angle. So besides ship, cryo, and static fire testing, they also do booster cryo testing over there. And obviously that is also where the can crusher is as well. The exact acreage that Massey's spans isn't exactly huge, considering where it is right on the Rio Grande, but they do a lot of testing over there. But it's safe to say at this point that there is going to be a temporary hold on all testing over at Massey's, at least.
At least, yeah, exactly. And again, we'll see what that means for version 3 for the rest of the program. But again, that's something that will be speculated on ad nauseum over the next couple of days. That's for sure.
You can say that again.
Something that will be discussed ad nauseum. Oh.
I knew I had to get that in. I'm like, no, not actually.
Darn it, Max. Not let me have any fun. You know me too well.
I had to just throw it in. They're like, wait, nope, he's going to take the bait. He's going to do it.
It's hook, line, and sinker. Yep. But yeah, so again, at this point, at least, things seem relatively calm in terms of the fires there. Given what we saw in the immediate aftermath, the popping that we were hearing, the small explosions still for about 5 minutes afterwards, that appears to have died down. At least it's a lot quieter there, Jack, correct? I know Jack is a little busy right now. But
I think Jack is breaking down his feed right now.
Yeah, it's gotten quiet.
Good. Yeah, the explosions at least have slowed down at that point. So, oh boy. What a night, Alex. What a night.
There's definitely going to be a lot of covering of replacing tanks, vaporizers, and building structures. That's for sure. Over the next weeks and months, I guess. We'll see when, like, what's even next after all this.
Right. And Alex, I did see a question pop in. Are they able to conduct static fires of the ship while on the towers? I don't think they are, based off of how would they
No.
have them mounted on the OLM, considering they need to typically be on the booster, right?
Yeah, I mean, they will have to create some sort of adapter of sorts. Like, there's also the quick disconnect used for boosters does not work on ships either. And let's not even think about, I've seen some proposals of, lifting the ship with a tower chopsticks and filling it up while it is there. Those chopsticks cannot take the full weight of a fully loaded ship, especially with a full liquid oxygen tank that is more than 1,000 tons of mass that you are essentially putting on those arms. Those arms are not made for that.
True. And I mean, also worth noting, if an event like tonight were to have happened at the launch site, how much worse that could have been as well. Even though, even if it was the same type of explosion, that's the last thing you need right now, is also damaging the launch pads, the launch towers, especially with Tower B/2 still in the works.
I cannot imagine how this would have been if, say, it had been 10 minutes away from a launch.
Yeah.
While in full stack, with a super heavy booster almost fully loaded below. And if it were 10 minutes before a launch, the ship wouldn't have like a ring or two of liquid methane. It will have a much higher load of methane, and of course the booster underneath, of course, as well. I cannot even imagine how that would have been if that had been the case, for example.
Yeah, how much propellant is loaded up into Starship?
It's around I think it's around 4,000 or 4,500 tons total between booster and ship.
Yeah, actually pushing almost 5,000. Yeah.
Yeah, at that point, that
And they-
becomes more of a bomb.
And they had multiple bombs, Sawyer. Like
Yeah.
it's like borderline, if not over A bomb territory. Yeah,
It's not
and they-
good.
No, it's not. And real talk, they had a fraction of the propellant on board tonight that they otherwise would have, and you saw how big and how large that explosion was, and especially that mushroom cloud. This could have been exponentially worse, and thank God that they had this issue at Massey's and not at the launch site. But still, this is going to take Massey's out of commission for maybe the summer, as much as it sucks to say. Even though SpaceX works fast, and even if they do manage to repair Massey's within a timely manner relative to SpaceX's timelines, that the question of the road forward with V2 and V3 ships is unclear at the moment. And it'll be interesting to see how SpaceX adapts with this failure and implements a fix into their plans going forward. We genuinely don't know. This is all still incredibly fresh.
Yeah, it really is. We'll see a cause, we'll see damage. I think daylight is going to give us some more answers. I don't want to say a lot more answers even, but it will definitely give us some. So we'll see what they get. We'll see how bad it's damaged and what repairs need to be done. But yeah, someone said in chat, space is hard. I know we say that. I know it becomes kind of cliche after a while. But it's true. If it was easy, everyone would be doing it. I know they want to make Starship flights become as regular and as easy as airline travel, but it's not yet. And this is your proof right here. We not joked, but we discussed a question earlier in the stream of, do we think that Starship will get to a point where it's so safe that it can launch from somewhere that isn't a coast? and not just Wyoming coast either. So, you know, it all comes full circle with that as they continue to get it safer. We'll see. And like we said, it will probably happen. Maybe 10 or 15 years, but it will get to that point. So, as we said, there's a lot still to dissect. There will be a lot more to discuss, and we will, of course, keep our cameras trained on Massey's for the rest of the night here. And you can watch that 24/7 live on Starbase Live right here at NSF. So you'll be able to watch everything that's going on with all of our cameras. We'll have views on there for you, that is for sure. And we'll keep an eye out as it goes. We will, of course, have a quick turnaround video coming out in the next 24 hours as well. Our Starbase summary is going to look quite different this time. But we'll have that for you so you can see all the views and come up with your own discussions and conclusions and thoughts on it with your comments. And then, of course, we'll all be able to discuss it on the Flame Trench this Friday. But to everyone who's here tonight, Jack, I'm not sure if you're able to still talk from the field, but thank you. And please stay safe out there. And then we also out in the field had D-Wise tonight. We had Caesar out there as well tonight. We had Jerry out there as well. All four of them out in the field. All of them currently safe, worth pointing out, but bringing us the views that you've seen tonight, the replays, all of the posts that are on our social channels as well. If you want quick view of all the replays, also check out the NSF socials. You'll be able to see all of their posts there. You can see X, Instagram, Facebook up in the top corner there. Max, thank you for joining me through the whole thing tonight. This has been quite a wild night.
It certainly has, and it has been a ride. And, you know, that is, as I've said before, that is the unfortunate part of the game, but we are here through all of it. And I want to thank everyone who came out tonight to hang out and watch and follow along with our coverage tonight, as this one meant a lot, as much as it sucked. So thank you very much, everybody, and I'm sure we will see you again soon.
The good, the bad, and the ugly, we are here through all of it because we're space fans. That's why we're here. We do this because we love it, through all of it, and hopefully you'll join us with it. And Alex, thank you for jumping in post-Rud for your commentary as well.
Yeah, I mean, I always say it's a pleasure. It was not a pleasure being here for the reasons that I was here. But, you know, anytime I'll be jumping on whatever, getting out of bed for whatever reason, it's not amazing, but, you know, I'm always up for the task. So thank you for having me.
That is safe to say, yes. And Kevin Michael Reed, the GOAT tonight. We call him God because of the voice of God, but the work that he did tonight with the views and the replays and everything, organizing it all behind the scenes. The true hero of the night, besides our field team, is Kevin. Thank you so much, Kevin Michael Reed. We also had Jay and Carson helping out through the insanity of it all. And then, of course, we have our Starbase Live team, out there working on it. So thank you to everyone. Make sure, again, Starbase Live, you'll be able to have 24/7 views of everything going on at Starbase, including what you see right now, the burning, and hopefully them pointing it all out. I am Sawyer Rosenstein. I have been your host through all of this. Thank you for all of the support tonight. Thank you for all of the kind comments and the words. We got a lot to discuss this week, and thank you for choosing to watch with us and sticking with us. Hopefully you liked what you saw. Subscribe if you do, and we'll see you all throughout the rest of the week, because there's a lot more to talk about.
And here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, Atlantis.
Water towers, fly! Yes! Echo down to nominal.
Flight downside FD off. Say again, FD off. Off. It's orange!
145! Oh my god!
Décollage.
What is it?
Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
If there's methane, it'd be igniting in the flare, correct?